All right. So now our 5 minutes are up. So now what I would like you guys to do is you raise your hand and you'll pick one of these topics to explain what it is and give an example of one. All right. Yeah, Hunter.
Oh, well, I guess one of the collaborative learning techniques that was put on the board was turn to a partner. And that was actually the collaborative learning technique that I used in my homework assignment for last night. Um, Basically, it's just when you basically turn to a partner is just pairing together students in order to have like brief discussions over the content. An example of that, like I did in my homework assignment, was I had a list of like grammar problems, as I'll call them, and then I paired the students up and had one of them be the problem solver and one of them be the listener, and so the problem solver would verbalize their thought process in solving the grammar problem, and then the listener would ask questions about their thought process and kind of receive their thought process, and then they would switch roles for the next problem. And then at the end, each pair, all the pairs would join back together into the larger group, and we would review the answers.
All right. Thank you, Hunter. So there was our think, pair, share. So now I see next we have Michael.
Yeah, I was gonna go with in one of the elements, people put redirection. And redirection is basically like if somebody asks you a question, you don't just answer it right away. You kind of like ask the first one you go to, like if there are other students in the class and you ask like, does anybody else know the answer or have any thoughts? And you could redirect them to their notes next. So like a lecture or their written notes, whatever they might have. And then you could redirect them to like Google or some kind of like online platform to look for the answer. And then I think the last one is you can redirect them to the professor or the teacher, like if you don't know the answer to it.
All right, thank you, Michael. So next we have Megan, and just to let you guys know, we will also be ending our breakout room at 9:27. So we're going to try to get through as many of these as possible.
Good morning, everybody. Okay, so all right, within the collaborative learning techniques, we have the group survey, which is what I chose to do for my homework. And what I did is I made a Kahoot, and basically like in the planning, I just allowed myself to have time for after every question that we can go over the different answers and like explain to, or sorry, and like explain like why the right answer is right and why the wrong answers are wrong. And also I feel like that kind of plays into the check for understanding as well. So yeah, that's group survey.
All right, thank you, Megan. So next we have Isla.
Another one of the collaborative learning techniques is turn to a partner, and that's an example of that would be when one partner speaks while the other writes it down in the notebook.
All right, thank you, Isla. And next we have Rachel. So we've done 3 of our CLTs so far.
So for jigsaw, this is where you would have a concept that has multiple parts to it, and you would, for each part you would have an expert group which would only focus on this one section, and then you would also have family groups where it's made up of multiple experts from the different groups to sort of share, and so you can cover the whole concept in a shorter amount of time. Yeah.
All right. And I'm sorry, Joe, I couldn't hear you at the beginning. Which CLT were you explaining?
Jigsaw.
Okay. Does everyone feel this one's probably one of the most confusing ones? Does everyone kind of feel like they understand Jigsaw a little bit? And if they were confronted with it, that they could recognize it? And you can use the little reaction bars at the bottom. All right, so I'm seeing quite a few thumbs up and checks. All right, so next I see we have Jared.
Hey, good morning, Grace. Good to see some familiar faces. Let's see. I'm gonna do probably one of the most important elements, checks for understanding. They are all important regardless, but I think checks for understanding is definitely important. So with checks for understanding, usually things that can count as that would be things like asking additional questions. Definitely the closing part of a session comes into play with the checks for understanding, because not only are you making sure they know everything that you just went over in session, but you're really making sure that they understand what they went over and they can explain it back to you or explain it to other students. Especially teaching is a really good checks for understanding. If they can teach you or teach the other students in the session, then that is a big yes. So
All right, thank you, Jared. So next we have Edward.
Okay, well, I was gonna go over the closing activity. The whole point of it is just to see like Jared said, see if they understand the material. So like you do some kind of activity, like an example would be have them write an example of like a possible test question, and then you go over it with each question with the class, and that like reinforces everything they've like learned through the activity. So yeah.
All right, thank you, Edward. And next I see we have Anna.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go with like the main activities, main 1, 2, and sometimes 3. When I'm planning, I hardly ever have time for a main 3 activity. But what they are is basically where you're working through the material and helping the students learn it or study it. And this is where you can pull in any of your collaborative learning techniques. And this is where you can have all sorts of activities, and you can change it up every session and keep students engaged and talking to each other.
Thank you, Anna. Next up we have Abulu.
Hi, so I'm gonna choose wait time 1 and 2. So wait time 1 is when you wait for the student when you wait after a question is asked, and wait time 2 is when you wait after a response has been provided. I think these are important because like the first one is important because it allows the student to understand the question and provide an answer. And the second one, which is considered to be more important, is to allow the student to reflect on the answer and the response they've given, determine how confident they are with their answer, decide if they want to change it or not after thinking of something else, or, being able to process the question or process the answer that they've provided. So.
Thank you for explaining our wait time. So next we have McKenna, then Meredith, and then Anna.
So has somebody done concept split yet? I don't think I've heard it. Well, concept split can be like where you're covering a broad topic in a session. So like you split the students up into 2 groups, with one group focusing on one specific topic of discussion, and then the other group will be focusing on either the same thing or a different one. Then after they've gone through whatever instructions that you have for them, they like show their results to the other group So one way that you could do this is like when you're studying in science, the cellular processes, um, the difference between cellular respiration and photosynthesis. You can have one group draw the cycle for cellular respiration, then have the other one do the photosynthesis pathway, and then have each group show their drawing to the other one and explain it.
All right, thank you, McKenna. So now we have Meredith and then Anna.
Okay, I was gonna do opening part of the session. So opening can be used kind of, you can have a couple different options. You can do something like where you do an activity that kind of gets them in the right mindset for your session. So like any activity that gets them, their brain thinking about what you're gonna be talking about. Or if you want to make a distinction between two things, like a Venn diagram, or kind of like what we're doing now, a brain dump, just to kind of get everything in, like we can see it all and talk about it, just so that the head's in the right space for the session. So the opening is a really good time to make sure everyone's ready for the session and just kind of thinking about the right stuff. So yeah.
All right, thank you. And then last but not least, we have Anna.
Okay, so I was gonna do the collaborative learning technique clusters. So that's what I tried to do for my homework. So I divided them into two different groups to talk about different lens types. And then they come back together and share their information so that each student, they all kind of collaborate together in a small group, and then they work together in a big group. So yeah, that's clusters, two different clusters.
All right, so thank you for everyone that shared. Now we're going to do a kind of little concept check. So I'm going to give you guys a scenario and you're going to tell me what type of CLT you think this is. So let's say I'm facilitating a session and each of these bubbles you see on the screen, so CLTs, elements, parts of a session, are groups I have split my students in. If I were to take one student from CLT and move them over to elements, and one student from elements to parts of a session, and one student from parts of a session to CLTs, what kind of activity do you think this is implementing? Lydia.
I think it would be the jigsaw. I'm not exactly sure.
Well, let's see. Do you guys agree? Seeing a couple thumbs up. Anna says jigsaw is still confusing a little bit to me. All right, does anyone want to try to explain jigsaw a little bit further? I know it can be kind of confusing to try to visualize until it's done. Abula.
Sorry. From my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think jigsaw is a combination of cluster and share. So you have like different groups, and then from each group, you move one person to another group. And then from another group, you move one person to the other group. So there is a shared amount of information like each group has. Like at the end of the day, they would all have like the same information, or they might have all shared the same information, because that one person from another group will bring what they have from that group into their new group. So, information is distributed that way. Is that right?
Do you think that's right?
I think it's right, but at the same time, like, am I missing something else?
All right. Yeah, Caitlin likes how you explained it. I like that too. I like that little way of explaining it, how it's kind of clusters and sharing. So yeah, we Jigsaw, you have like your separate groups, and I kind of like to think of it as bubbles. So you have like how many ever bubbles of different concepts, and then you are just kind of taking one person, so a piece of each bubble, and moving it around so everybody gets to hear all the content, but each bubble or room is focusing on that content. Yeah, looks like we have a lot more thumbs up on it. All right, and in our very last minute before we go to our breakout room, if I were to do this situation of a jigsaw activity, and I were to say, oh, actually our time is just up. Thank you everyone for participating, and good luck in the rest of training today.
Hey, Grace, real quick.
Yeah.
I think Anna asked a question about not doing jigsaw during an opening. Real quick, before everybody else comes back, do you want to give your advice on that particular question?
Yeah, thank you for saying that, Sarah. There was a lot of comments, I didn't see it. I'm so sorry, Anna. So for an opening, I would not recommend doing jigsaw just because it is very time consuming. And normally you only have about 10 minutes to do an opening activity. But I would definitely, I've had good experience using it in the past as a main, but I wouldn't recommend it as an opening just because it does take a lot of time having people move around, or if you're doing breakout rooms on Zoom, trying to move people around, it's just very time consuming.
I think my question, because like if you're juggling the parts of a session and parts of a session is like the opening and closing, I was asking, do you do an opening for everybody then, or do you just kind of start like, okay, you start with this thing and you start over here? Like, you're moving around the parts of a session, like, do you need to do an opening for everyone?
Okay, so
sense.
I think I understand what you're trying to say. So if you're doing an opening for everyone, so doing jigsaw as a main activity, and then just kind of, I would have everyone together and explain to them like, here's what we're going to do in session. I'm going to split you up into 3 groups, and in each group you can have like a whiteboard or something and write out like, here's what you're going to be focusing on. Next group, here's what you're going to be focusing on.
I was like confused by the arrows because like it says it goes from elements, part of a session, to CLT. So I was like, but I think like it's just saying you move groups. It's not saying you go from CLT to elements to parts of a session. So I think I was just confused. So never mind.
You're good.
Yeah, no, you don't. Every, like your CLTs, your elements, and your parts of session, they all work together throughout session. So for every activity you have, you'll have a CLT and then in those activities, you're using the elements throughout the session, and then parts of session, you have your opening, your mains, and your closing. And those are built from your CLTs and activities. So they all work together. Jigsaw is just a type of CLT that you can use with an activity. And we do recommend for main to do that for the main activity. All right, Emily, I believe we need to move on to our next Give me direction here.
We just can stop sharing the screen and then move on to the next. Thank you. Okay. All right, everyone. So we are going to go ahead and get started with our next thing on the agenda for today, which is our expert panel. So excited for this. We have some special guests joining us today. I think, let me see if I can see our guests here. Yes, okay, great. I think we have Dr. Smith and Dr. Moore here. And I think Sarah's going to work on pinning the panelists that are going to be speaking to you all right now. So we've got some faculty members here for you today. We have a couple of graduates actually as well, UNG alums. One is currently working with the SI program. And we have a mentor on our team as well that are all going to be panelists in this next portion. So if we can get everyone up here on the screen. And thank you all so much for joining us today. I'm really excited about this. We did a panel last semester and it was one of the things that we got feedback on from our facilitators that they loved the most. So we wanted to offer that again and get some feedback and some guidance from you all in your expert areas. All right, does anyone see the pins? Sarah, are you working on that?
I can keep working on it. They're pinned on my screen. So
you can see it on yours? Okay.
Yep, I don't know, but I will keep trying to figure it out.
Okay, I just can't see our panelists exactly. So, but hopefully when we talk, it will throw us to the beginning, the first screen.
Maybe change view to speaker view.
Okay.
See if that works.
We can do that. If you want to change on your own screen to speaker view, then you can see who's speaking. Right. Okay, so we will get started. We'll start with introductions. We will start first with our current graduate assistant, Oscar King, if you would like to go first.
Yeah, so hopefully you all know me a little bit by now. My name's Oscar King. I'm the graduate assistant with SI. I started working with SI in the fall of 2016. I facilitated for 6 semesters. I did Chem 1212, Calc 1, Brief Calc, Pre-Calc, a little bit of everything. And then I was also a mentor for I don't even know how many semesters. But yeah, so lots of experience with the program and then was able to join back with SI last semester as the graduate assistant.
Thanks, Oscar. And Bryzik, are you here? For some reason, I can't see your face, but I think you're here.
I'm here. Can you see me? Can you hear me? Is everything good? Okay. Wait, it's my turn. Oops, I'm sorry. My name is Bryzik Johnson. I am a second-year PhD student at the University of Alabama, studying computer science with a concentration in human-computer interaction.
Awesome, great to have you, Bryzik. And next we'll go to Jessica Downing, current mentor in the program, and actually the longest standing, I think, team member on the team right now, been in the program the longest.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jessica. I've been with the team since 2018. I have facilitated for History 2112 and Psychology 1101. I did facilitating mentor for a while, and then I moved to just doing full-time mentoring. I actually started out on the Cumming campus for the first 2 years, and then I moved up to Dahlonega for my junior and senior year. And I'm currently in my last semester of my senior year, so that's exciting.
Thanks, Jess. And next we'll go to Dr. Smith. Oh, I can see some faces now that are pinned on the panel. Great, okay.
Oh, hi, I'm Dr. Smith. I'm a faculty member on the Dahlonega campus in the biology department, and I see some familiar faces among the other folks here today. I clearly interact with the SI program as a faculty member teaching the classes for which we have SIs. And for me, those are mainly biology 1107K and biology 1108K.
Thank you, so good to have you. And Dr. Moore.
Hey everybody, I'm Dr. Moore. I am English faculty on the Gainesville campus. I have had an SI in at least one of my courses every semester since I started here at UNG in the fall of 2018. And it has been a delight to work with the SI students. I have had SI students in English 1101, English 1102, English 0999, and English 2050 and English 3050. So we've kind of expanded it throughout the English department. Yeah, and I'm really excited about working with the SI students this semester.
Thank you all, and thank you all so much again for joining us. I'm going to, excuse me, I'm going to go through a list of general questions for the panelists, and then if time permits, we will go through some very specific questions that our team has prepared for today's panel, and then maybe leave a little time at the end for Q&A. So we will start with what is important to address in that initial meeting when faculty and facilitator or SI leader meet for that first time. So we could start with our faculty on this question. Dr. Smith, you introduced yourself first. If you would like to go ahead and speak.
Sure. So what I think is important to address in that first meeting is sort of expectations, but also concerns that both maybe the SI facilitator has and the faculty member has. And in my experience, often the SI, you guys give your SI sort of things to talk about as well. But the homework policy, can they work on homework during SI? Can't they work on homework during SI? Access to graded assignments, not for the SI to share with the students, but so they know sort of our expectations and how we ask questions and stuff so they can help students. I always like to talk about, and I don't know if this is bleeding into a later question as well, limitations of the SI program and when to send them to me and how to send them to me and when to encourage them to come to me and things like that. So I think there's nothing you shouldn't talk about that's on your mind during that first meeting. And it's always good to, address things earlier rather than later. I've never had a problem with my SI ever over the many years, but I always think communication early and often helps.
Hey, and I would just second that. In fact, I had written down two things, expectations and concerns for this question. So we're on the same page, absolutely. Expectations, just to make sure that, we're on the same page with homework and with communication policy, especially how we're going to communicate. Concerns, I also, if students, especially for example, in my English 3050 class, there is often a level of hesitation because it is a difficult course at a junior level and we don't always have SIs at that level. So I want to kind of alleviate concerns. I do not expect my SI to be subject content expert. That's not necessary. So I want to kind of address that up front in that first meeting. The other thing I like to do is to talk about my sort of approach to pedagogy so that they know where I'm coming from, what kind of feedback that they can expect from me to students, and what kinds of questions in the past students have asked the SI about my feedback, just to give them a little bit of a heads up about what's coming. And then I also just like to ask the SIs that I'm going to be working with, what's going to make your job easier? What are you nervous about going into it? What can we do up front to make it a better experience for you? And so if you think about those things going into the discussion, it will probably be helpful.
All right, great, thank you. And Bryzik, would you like to respond to this question and your experience in those first meetings?
Oh, everybody stole. They took all of my questions. Like everything I would normally say. I wrote down expectations. Let me scroll up here and see. Um, my biggest thing is it's hard to kind of like really kind of figure out what are you going to talk about in your next meetings. So the big thing is like they said, the expectations is a huge thing. Another thing too that is also useful to talk about is um, materials that they would like for you to kind of discuss in some of your sessions. I know sometimes, if you're doing a Monday, Wednesday, Friday course, that 50 minutes doesn't always like cover something. And sometimes they're like, well, I have this on the syllabus to kind of discuss next week. However, I'm going to have to breeze through it because time is cutting short. So try to like ask them for like potential problems, or especially if you're in the STEMs and you want to kind of discuss more content in your biology courses or computer science courses, just trying to get that information now to kind of help you plan your sessions in the future.
Thank you. Oscar and Jess, do you have anything to add?
Okay. I would just say the first meeting is also a great time to go ahead and start building just like that personal relationship with your faculty member. All of our faculty members are great. Like they have like incredible stories. And a lot of times our students come in, especially in like those intro classes, like first kind of classes of college, being scared of like faculty members. So the earlier that you can start like recognizing like and hearing these stories that the faculty members have, and like being able to relate those to your students, of like showing them like, hey, like they're people too, like they're approachable. And so that kind of goes into those expectations of like, all right, when to direct them to the faculty member. And so if you can kind of like humanize the faculty members to our students, that I feel like definitely helps in the long run as well.
Yeah, and I agree with what everybody has said, and I probably don't need to repeat it. But another thing I would say is to, in that first meeting, set up more meetings, or like discuss how often you're going to meet, what you're going to talk about when you meet. Yeah, just knowing when to meet with the faculty and how often, I would say too.
That is a great segue actually into the next question, which is what level of communication or collaboration, that could include how often or the consistency, should that facilitator be meeting with their faculty member? And we can just go the same order that we just responded if that works for everyone.
Sure. Which means I'll start. So I think it's something, right, clearly that is a great segue, right, to talk about in that first meeting. Just from personal experience, I like to meet with my SI once a week, partially to just check in about how things went last week, questions, that may have come up, and concerns, and do they need any materials and stuff like that. Just again, in my personal experience, I feel like meeting less than that might be more of a challenge, might be more challenging for the SI, and might not help things go as smoothly. I always encourage my SIs to, right, we'll meet, face to face or over Zoom, or, sort of as things permit, but that they can always email me as well. I don't often, every now and again, I've had an SI take me up on that. They don't often do that because we meet once a week, but I like once a week. It seems often enough, but not too burdensome. But talk about it in that first meeting.
It's kind of interesting because I have generally not met that often with my SIs. So I have generally met every other week. And a lot of times we do the check-ins right before or after class, which is fine. I have, and sometimes it depends on the SI and their level of comfort. And I'm happy to meet once a week, but a couple of times I've had the same SI for 3 different classes. And at that point, we're pretty good to go. We do the check-ins every other week. Generally, that seems to work for me. One other thing I would mention is that I use D2L a lot. So I post handouts, course outlines, review sheets, all kinds of material in D2L. And so the first thing I make sure I get is that my SI is in my D2L and has access to all that material as well. And then that often is the basis for future discussions, because my SI will, hey, I just looked at D2L and you posted whatever. Can we talk about that? Absolutely. But yeah, for me, usually every other week seems to have worked.
I think I was a little bit obsessive. So we would do it, I would meet with them like 2 times every single week. This was usually to give them an update on my session, especially when I was doing computer science or one of the maths or something along those lines. I thought it was important to kind of have that communications to talk about how the session went, especially if it was a difficult topic that we were discussing. I'm like, hey, they're extremely lost. Do you think you could spend another day kind of discussing this particular subject? And even so, I would, in that communication, I was like, hey, here's a list of some of the stuff that we discussed in the session. And this was the exact code that they had a problem with. They can't really kind of wrap their brain around it, what it does. And so then the next day in class, he's discussing and talking it over it again. So again, on the obsessive side, 2 times a week, but then it also helped kind of get a good rapport with the faculty member. But I'm not going to answer because that's another question, so I don't want to get into that one yet.
Yeah, I think it really does depend a lot on like you and the faculty member. Like it's hard to say because everyone's so individualized and all of our faculty members are so different. I've definitely had faculty members who have been like, all right, let's talk before and after class, like that'll be good. And so I think it also just depends on like your level of comfort. So like especially like towards the end of my time being a facilitator, like facilitated for 6 semesters. So there was a lot like by my last semester, I was feeling confident about like what I needed to communicate to the faculty member, especially if I'd already worked with them before, versus like, you know, I feel confident in my ability, like this is the information to like cover in session, that kind of thing. So it really just does kind of depend. I would also just say I've had faculty members who are very busy. So just making sure like if you do need that like more consistent communication, just making sure like you get on their schedule. That way you aren't waiting till like, hey, can we meet next week? And it's like, oh, actually, like I'm doing research all week, like can't meet up. So just making sure you're communicating in as much time in advance as you can.
Yeah, like everyone else has said, it's going to depend on the course and the professor. But, you know, kind of going back to the last question, you'll be able to figure that out in the first meeting. Like, you know, the professor will know what they're going to teach. So you'll be able to ask them, like, you know, how many times do you think we'll be able to meet? And you can always adjust it during the semester too. You know, like if one time isn't enough, you can always start doing it 2 times a week. So you'll get it figured out in that first week of school, how and like what you'll need to meet about.
Very good. Okay, so let's kind of move forward to a couple of questions about relationship building. So what do you all, in your opinion and your experience, believe are the benefits of that strong faculty relationship as it pertains, well, faculty and facilitator, of course, relationship, as it pertains specifically to session attendance? And you can feel free to go ahead and add in other benefits as well now if you'd like to.
Hang on, it's me. But that as it pertains to session attendance, just
right, so
for a second, so I'm looking at it, looking at the questions again.
You're fine.
Yes, because I have to say on the Word document, I focus mainly on the faculty questions. So I'm going to do it in reverse order, if that's okay. Talk about it in general, my thoughts, and then again, as flip it as it pertains to session attendance. So I think developing a relationship with a faculty member, right, hopefully is one of the benefits that you guys as SIs see of the program, because as a faculty member, I see it as a benefit to you guys. It can be challenging to develop sort of meaningful relationships with faculty member. And I'm going to guess maybe as Bryzik maybe hopefully would agree, if you go on from UNG and you need things like letters of recommendation, right, it is wonderful to have good relationships with faculty members, because then I can talk more than just they showed up to class and got an A, like they seem pretty smart, right? I can talk about more of who you are and your skill set sort of outside of how it sort of applies to the content of classes and things like that. Thinking about faculty and SI relationships as it applies to sessions as well, I like it helps me feel not crazy. You guys see the students, in ways that I see the students as well. And I really like SIs because you guys were in. So again, biology 1107 is what I am teaching in the fall. And I have to say, I don't have everybody up here. I haven't scrolled through yet to see if my SI is here and up. And I know my SI because I had her in class last year. They were students, they were in the position of my students as well. And I think there's maybe a chance for some metacognition and reflecting on what it's like once you move into that sort of SI position and more of a mentorship position and more sort of reflecting on how are these students learning? How can I learn? How can the faculty member help me? What do we need to talk about? What do I want to know to help the students? What do I think? I really like it when SIs tell me where the students are struggling. If I hadn't picked up on it, I'd much rather pick on it, know about it before they have a quiz or a test, right? And get to things earlier. So I think there's lots of benefits sort of the relationship, which is why I like the SI program. Sorry, that was a lot and not super coherent. So everybody else make that more coherent for me now.
I'm not sure I have a much more coherent answer either, but yeah, I agree. I was just thinking when you were talking that one of the things I love about this is that it makes the learning cycle and the teaching learning cycle a little bit fuller. And so we get more data points, more ways of thinking about how our students are learning, which makes us better teachers. And in the process, we get to include the SI in that whole cycle of learning. And so it benefits us. I'm hopeful that it benefits our SIs as well. They become, it's that sort of transition. We're moving from they were my student to now they are a partner in the learning and the teaching process. We've moved up a little bit. They're no longer the novices. They are part of that partnership. We can collaborate. With a couple of my SIs, things that have happened in the conversations as part of SI have become like research projects and capstone projects and other ideas that they have used as they've carried on through. So I think that's really good. The one thing we haven't addressed is how it pertains to session attendance. But I will say that when I have had students, and we've had a really strong working relationship, other students recognize that. They see that there's that level of trust. And for one thing, I think it helps the other students in the class not be afraid of me, which is nice. Like we talked about earlier, it humanizes me. But I also think when they recognize that there's a relationship of trust and they see that I value the SI program, that does encourage higher attendance, I think. Yeah, so I'm not sure that was coherent either, but anyway.
I'm gonna hit the attendance one real quick. Having that good faculty relationship with your faculty member, it is honestly, and I'm lost for words about it because it's so important. Because if you're not careful and if you have a question about you can go to them. I would talk to Dr. Porter, who's one of my faves in the computer science department, and I would let's say attendance was very low. What are some things we could do? And I remember I was like, can we do extra credit, please? Just something. Can I offer some type of coding? He's like, yeah, you can do it. No problem. You can do it. Next thing I know, I had a session full of students getting the extra credit, and even down to, he's like, you know what? How about we open up the assignment from last week, and if they come to your session, they can get full credit for it. So having that relationship, it really builds a bond, even past just in the classroom working in your session. Again, talking about the letters of recommendation, that helps so much because when you go into graduate school and you want to do grant writing or something like that, and you need a letter of recommendation for somebody to vouch for your skills, especially if you want to become a teacher in the future. SI is probably one of the best things that you could have as a tool in your back pocket to pull from, especially if you become a teaching assistant within that first semester. A lot of students struggle trying to figure out, okay, what are you supposed to do in that course? Versus if you have SI, you're like, I got this. So you don't really worry about trying to figure out what your role is because you know what it is, you know how to talk to a faculty member. And not only that, it sets a precedent on other students on how they can approach faculty members, especially if they want to have more one-on-one relationships with them. It really is a good way to kind of show other students they're not scary, even though they're have, you know, those 3 letters at the end of their name, they're not scary people. So it just lets you know that, okay, they're not, you know, gonna, you know, punch me in the face if I ask a dumb question. They're just gonna like, yeah, let's talk about it. So it sets a good precedent for the relationship.
Yeah, I think agree with everything that's been said. Everything's been great. Another thing that kind of came to mind was just this idea of like also just showing your students that relationship. It's one thing to like say like, oh yeah, like I have a great relationship with the faculty member in this course, like come to session, like since I have such a great relationship with them, like I'll know what's on the test, that kind of thing. But I think a lot of times we as people and especially our students look for like that action in us. So if we can show them like, you know, talking to the professor like before or after class, like showing them like I really do have like this genuine connection. Obviously we want to be building relationships and connecting with all of our students in our class. But sometimes that's hard, especially when the class is full, like every seat's taken, it's hard to get around and like get to know everybody. So that could be the way of like recruiting somebody, like them seeing you talking to your faculty member, like that could be like what clicks for them. This idea of like, oh, like they said it and like I see them talking with the faculty member consistently, like, and I am kind of struggling. So maybe it would be easier for me to go to them and like get some help. So I think that's another way, like having this strong relationship with your faculty member helps with session attendance.
Yeah, I really like how Oscar and Dr. Moore said it, where like that relationship does transfer to the students. Like they do see that and they're like, okay, yes, I will come to a session because the professor's in on this, the SI is in on this, everyone seems to be in on this, so let me go check it out too. And also another thing for me was having meetings and like a good relationship with my professor also gave me confidence to run my sessions, because for me, it was like, okay, I have what I need to be going over in session from the professor theirself. And I think students will also see that. And so if you have confidence in yourself in sessions, then students will also feel confident in coming to your session. Like, wow, okay, they really do know what they're talking about. You know, they got that straight from the professor. So it must be like legit what they're doing. So yeah.
All of those responses are so important. Absolutely. So we're going to move on to what type of qualities or leadership skills do you all believe SI teaches its facilitators? And so for faculty, maybe what kind of leadership skills or qualities do you look for in a facilitator?
So would students ask for letters of recommendation because they want to become an SI facilitator? I think about, right, do I think they'd be a good one? Do I think maybe they wouldn't be a good one? And a lot of that I think has to do with their leadership skills, but I also think leadership can take many, many forms as well. So particularly for SI, just in my opinion, in my experience, it takes someone who can listen to the students and where they're coming from and where their struggles are. It takes someone who, even if they feel scared on the inside, doesn't necessarily project that. Some confidence both in what they're doing, but also confidence in talking to the faculty member and expressing the challenges the students have, asking for help if they need it, if you need materials, if you need ideas for activities and things like that. At least me personally, please, please, please ask. Chances are in my situation, since the start of my 10th year, I've been at the class longer, right, than you have. So please feel free to ask for anything. At least over the past sort of few semesters, doing things virtually definitely presented some challenges, right? And we can look for things together and brainstorm some things together and how to, you know, still make it meaningful for the students. We'll see what happens this fall. But that just sort of confidence. And the other thing is to keep at it and not give up. Some of my SIs have been discouraged about attendance, but even if there's just that one student who's attending regularly, like, you are doing good. You are doing good in the world. Please keep it up. It doesn't reflect the SI at all. It reflects the student's schedule, or they're dealing with lots of other things. So please keep at it. So I guess sort of grit and confidence and sort of listening and empathy for the students as well, I see as sort of the top things that I think are good leadership skills in an SI, and SI sort of helps the students learn as well.
Yeah, I would definitely agree that ability to persist, and also to recognize that even if you help one person in the class, that is valuable. That is something that is definitely worthwhile. So I think that's important. The creativity, absolutely. One thing I'm looking at, and I was thinking about what you said a second ago, Isaac, about they're just not wrapping their head around a certain concept. Being able to admit and take that to the professor is important, to be able to admit when you yourself don't understand. I think there's a little humility involved, but also I think generally my SIs have done that because they remember what it's like to be in that position of confusion. So they can put themselves in those shoes very, very quickly. But the other thing that I love is an SI who's like saying, okay, this didn't work, so let's do something different. How can I take this and approach it a little bit differently? And they have enough discernment to say, yeah, it's not working the way I'm doing it. So I'm willing to try. I guess that's the characteristic. I'm willing to try something different. Maybe it's a little outside my comfort zone, but I'm willing to try it to see if that will make a difference. And a lot of times it does. So that sort of, I will put myself out there and try something a little bit different, and willing to think about it in different ways. And I do appreciate when my SIs come to me and say, this didn't work, or I got myself confused. That's one of my favorite comments. I got myself confused. And the reason I love it is because I get myself confused frequently. So I love it when students are able to say that. But just going back to the relationship thing too, a couple of times my SIs have come to me, especially in my grammar classes, the advanced syntax and grammar classes, and they've said, hey, we did this in SI session and it just, we got stuck. And that actually becomes the point of the next class session. And then it becomes a way to sort of say, hey, if this was beneficial, why don't you guys try session next time too? Because working through the process is very, very helpful. So I love that sort of combination of creativity, willingness to try new things, a little bit of humility, and grit.
I split it up into 3 parts. One, as just you yourself as a leader, just in general. Take initiative. That is the biggest thing in the world, because when you're planning and you have students, you always, because sometimes you might have a faculty member that's a little bit more distant, and they might be a little bit more hands off or be away, and they may not be the person who will reach out first. So just taking that initiative and just being like, hey, I'm here. This is what I'm thinking of. And even down to your planning, taking that with the proper initiative and just being like, okay, this is what I need to get done. This is how I can get in touch with these students. This is what I can do. And then you as just an SI itself, being empathetic too, understanding that everybody's coming from different walks of life, and not everybody had access to the same type of education you did. And even though you've done really, really well and you've gotten an A or B or whatever it might be, a student is struggling and they don't want to hear about, how well you did in a course with a test, because they're like, well, yeah, you probably you've already aced this. You didn't have to struggle like I struggled. And then that leads me to the last one, is just you as a person, be vulnerable. Let them know about your faults. Let them know you're not perfect. That's one of the things that with my students that I've always loved, that they're like, I would purposely mess up so they could get that one up and feel good. They're like, he doesn't know what he's doing. And they just get so excited. They're like, yes, he messed up. And I'm like, you know what? You're welcome for that win. And it's important because it shows them that you're human. You make mistakes, and it shows them that it's okay. They can be human and they can make mistakes. But my most important one is just vulnerability. Just be vulnerable.
Loving everything that's been said so far. It's been so good. I think one of my favorite things about SI, the organization, is as an admin team, we really do focus on the development of our followers, of our team members. And so just like this idea of, I think within SI, like you really can get so much out. We offer so much to all of our facilitators. So it's really a matter of like you taking ownership of that. We oftentimes will talk a lot about like, you know, we're here to help our students like in our classes, but like they have to meet us halfway and like take ownership of their own learning and like use the resources we're offering. So just kind of think about that too in terms of like your own leadership development. We have our required biweekly leadership meetings that happen every other week, but then we also have lots of other just leadership opportunities within the program. And I can speak to this like as a like my own like testimony type deal of like I came into the program knowing like minimal to nothing about leadership, and now like here I am in a position where like I'm the one in charge of like developing and implementing our like biweekly leadership development meetings, and like really kind of taking a head on that and like focusing on our leadership development. And so there's just so many different opportunities. This semester we're talking a lot about vulnerability, so like love hearing that and love that like our faculty members are seeing like the vulnerability that comes with being an SI. So I think that's just like a really cool way to start about that. So yeah, I could talk a lot about all the different leadership lessons I've learned. You'll hear some of that later today, so I'm going to go ahead and stop talking and save that for later.
So one aspect of leadership that I think is really important is adaptive leadership. And skills of adaptability are really important. Just kind of like Dr. Moore was saying, if one thing isn't working, you've got to be able to adapt and try something different and not be scared to try something different. And, you know, being adaptive can go on a much larger scale too. Like we've had to change everything around since being online. We went from in-person to being fully online to now being hybrid. So we've had to adapt a lot. And I think one of the important things that we try to teach let our facilitators know is that you've got to be able to adapt and go along with the flow and also being calm while doing it. So just the whole idea of adaptability is important for me.
I feel like you all just gave us quotes that we can use in the future. That was just wonderful. Oh, so heartwarming. Okay, so we are getting close to time, and I do want to leave a general Q&A open for the group to ask each of our panelists. If you have a general question or someone specific you would like to ask a question. So I guess right now, if that's good for everyone, we'll just open that up. Okay. And feel free to use your mic, of course. I don't think I've seen any questions so far in the chat.
I do have one question. I was informed that I might be a little bit more independent this semester, considering that my professor is like really busy. She's like taking on extra tasks. So I was wondering if there was like any advice if y'all have ever had to be like super independent. I've never done this SI thing before, so especially haven't done it with being independent or had any experience. So I just didn't know if y'all have any strategies, like how to take on and like any advice to do it by yourself, basically.
That question came from Lydia Robinson. I'm not sure if the panelists could see.
Sorry, I should have said my name.
You're fine, you're fine.
So I actually have a little tip. This is going back to our first question here with that first meeting with your professor, is if you know, like you said, that they're going to be busy, maybe ask them, is there anything that you can give me? Like, do you already have some quizzes planned out that I can just kind of look at as we go along? Like, is there any PowerPoints that you can go ahead and open up for me? And maybe your main form of communication will be through email instead of meeting up, or maybe even like a Zoom call. So I would just say asking them if they can give you any extra resources for the rest of the semester.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
I would also just add that a lot of times I feel like, especially for new facilitators, it can feel kind of like very isolating or like you are very independent or by yourself, just because we are course and faculty specific. So like no SI session is going to be looking the same. But just remember, like you aren't alone. You have like a great support system. You have your mentor team, admin team, the rest of the facilitators. Like just don't be afraid to reach out to us or your faculty, even if they are busy, just saying like, hey, this this is what I'm working with, like what's happening. But also don't forget about like your home team, like your first team, us, like as an SI team. We're always here to help out with whatever you need. If you have any questions, a lot of us, we have a lot of experience on the team, and so there's a good chance that we either personally have dealt with something you're going through before, or we know someone, have worked with someone who has gone through that before. So don't be afraid to reach out and ask for help.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much.
So there's a couple of questions in the chat that ask about encouraging, well, we'll start with this question. From Aaron, are we encouraged to ask questions during class, even if we know the material? So this is probably a question for faculty, of course. So what is your opinion on that?
My first thought is that's something to address in your expectations meeting. I love to have my SIs participate and ask questions in class, but I suspect that may not be universal. So
to piggyback on that, Miriam, I thought it was a super interesting question when I saw it pop up, because I don't think I've ever had an SI participate in class. So yes, I wanted to echo what you just said about that. It may vary, because yes,
just ask.
It's a really good question, actually. And we are we're exploring more and more how can we kind of have the facilitator work collaboratively in the class if that's a possibility, or in the lab for a class if the class has a lab. So that's an option for many of you perhaps, and you can just talk to Sarah and I about that, and we'll help you on how to talk to your faculty and that sort of thing. So we did actually try to place as much as possible with all the pieces we put together, people that fit in labs for the courses too, in case that's an opportunity this semester to join in, and because that interaction happens more often in lab. So, and Lydia Horton, we will answer your question later about sessions being hybrid, but we are trying to provide that hybrid model where most sessions will be held in person with a Zoom link provided for accessibility for students who are only able to join virtually.
Can I ask one quick question? Yes. Since I've got you here, and I hope I don't terrify Natalie, because I know she's on this and she's going to work with me in 3050. We're going to a new textbook this semester. Will you guys help them get their textbooks? And if Natalie, just know that I'm going to send you some PDFs and some info, because you will not have the text and it's going to be different. And yeah, don't worry about it. It'll be fine. We'll make it work. But that was one thing I know is shifting a textbook. If an SI does not have the right textbook, that can be a little bit frustrating.
Yes, excellent question. So we have always been able to provide textbooks to our facilitators that need them. So that's a question in your first meeting with your faculty. Will I need a textbook? You can also go ahead and ask them, do you have an extra textbook? Because of course, it's going to take us maybe a few days to get you a textbook, because we might have to order it or get a code or whatever it might be. So yeah, just ask your faculty member if you're going to need that text, what that text will be, and then communicate with us. Specifically, Cheyenne Chester, who is our admin assistant, will be ordering textbooks as well. So very, very good question. Anna Cronin, well, actually, sorry, I'll go back to Rachel Dye's question. Should we reach out to our faculty member first or wait to be contacted by them? So we always say reach out to faculty members right after training, and we talk about that in training tomorrow, actually. And we'll even, we guide our facilitators to how to communicate that first time through email and kind of how to set that up as well. If your faculty has already reached out to you, well then there you go. So you can start the communications from there. Anna Cronin said, my professor was fairly distant last semester, and something that helped was talking to other facilitators in that subject just to get ideas and activities to do in session. So that's a great tip. Are there any other questions? I'm not seeing any questions in the chat. or anything else, final words from the panelists?
I just want to offer a couple words of encouragement. Like, we're so excited to have you guys, faculty. I've never heard from a faculty member who doesn't love working with their SI facilitators. So know that we are really, really happy and really, really grateful to have you, and look forward to working with you.
Same here.
And we can just go around if there's any final words for the panelists. Isaac, is there anything else?
Oh, I think the biggest thing too is, again, don't get discouraged. That's the big one, especially if, you can kind of get this glamorous idea that, you're going to have a classroom full of students and you feel like really motivated. And then there's that one day where nobody comes and you're like, what did I do wrong? And just don't get critical of yourself. I know, especially being in the STEMs, you have like the tendency to get super critical of yourself, or any major really, you can get super critical of yourself. And then you start to feel like, okay, what am I doing wrong? What can I do? Like, I might've messed up here, I might've messed up there. And again, that's going back to your faculty member and then having that communication. So don't beat yourself up, stay encouraged. Smile a lot and do that if you can. Be approachable too. That's the big thing. Don't sit there and just look like you're mad at the world all the time. Show a smile, be happy, offer food at your sessions if you can. It makes a world of difference. Food brings people together, so if you have food, it makes them want to come.
I was gonna say, I don't really have any last minute comments. Y'all are gonna hear a lot from me today and then also the rest of the semester. So just remember, like, I'm here for you and don't be afraid to reach out for help for anything.
Thank you. And Dr. Moore had to drop off for another appointment. So we thank her for being here. Absolutely. Thank you all for being here. Jess, was there any last words of wisdom from you? I don't want to leave you out here.
Yeah, one last thing. Sarah Dean actually used to always say a couple semesters ago, nothing is a crisis. And I think that's so true. You guys have a lot of people you can reach out to, a lot of people who are here to support you, your faculty, admin, mentors, other facilitators. So yeah, just don't be scared to reach out, and nothing is a crisis. We'll get everything going, even though the first week of the semester feels like a crisis. It's not.
Yeah, we do say that in SI, definitely nothing is a crisis. So absolutely love that. Thank you, Bryzik, for being here with us. Oh my gosh, I know you're such a busy.
It is so good to see you.
Yes, and a PhD student with taking time to be with us. Gosh, we miss you.
You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. It's an hour behind here. And so I was like, yeah, I can do it. I can do it. And I was like, oh, I got to wake up early. Uh-oh. So I was like, you know what? It's for the culture. So I'll get up early. It's all right. We'll do it for the culture this one time. This one time.
Well, we love you and thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, Bryzik.
Have a good semester.
You're welcome. You too.
Bye. Thank you all for listening to the panel. I hope you got some really good, words of advice and ideas, especially with working with faculty. So there was a question I think that we should address, but we could always do that when we come back from break, because I know we want to take a break right now. And Jessica Pass, you had a great question. I want to make sure the whole team hears it. So we do want to give everybody a moment to go ahead to the bathroom, do what you need to do, and we'll be back here, at 10:30?
I was gonna say the panel ran a little over, and this is our only break for the day. Yeah. So if we want to go ahead and take our 15-minute break, I know we'll be a little off schedule, but if we want to come back at like 10:35, I think that would be fine.
Perfect. Okay, sounds good. See you all then. You can always put your little away message at the bottom too when you're away. no reason that you should feel obligated to for, for any reason at all. So sometimes though, we will have some snacks in office. You could come and grab some if there's extra and take them to session, but asking the students if that's something you want to do, absolutely appropriate.
Okay.
Yes, great question.
So, sorry. So it's considered okay despite like the whole COVID, because we're still kind of like iffy about the masks and everything.
Yes,
I was wondering how that would also work in person for sessions.
Yeah, it would need to be individually wrapped items, if with the COVID situation, like tomorrow, the kind of snacks that we're going to have for you all would be like individually wrapped granola bars, things like that. But if you are going to do food or do it often, definitely for people that are coming, you would need to make sure there's no open food, especially when you've got people who have allergies and stuff. You don't want to have open food. And then with the COVID situation, especially. Great questions. And great questions for clarifying. Yes, Sydney.
Sorry, Emily. I brought snacks. I was on the Coming campus when I facilitated in person. I brought snacks a lot. It was great incentive for attendance as well. I bought like the party pack of like chips that you can buy at the store, like the variety. I did that, and I also brought like a lot of gummies just because they were individually wrapped. So that's something that you can do if you wanted to. I was just giving some suggestions, so because I've done it before. So
yeah, those are good suggestions. Any other questions? Yeah, Caitlin, like around a holiday or whatever it might be, bringing things that could apply to Halloween, things like that, yeah. So the mask policy for facilitators. As university employees, you are required to follow UNG and University System of Georgia guidance. So that's what we follow. Right now, that guidance, and this is always subject to change, but right now, as of today, from what I know, that policy is masks are not mandatory, but highly encouraged, especially with the Delta variant on the rise. You'll be in groups in the classroom, especially larger than 30. Your sessions, we don't know how small or large they'll be, but just to be mindful of everything you do. And as leaders, be mindful of that too. So we want to follow the guidance. And right now, like I said, those masks are highly, highly encouraged, no matter vaccination status. You can never ask. And again, this as of right now, you cannot ask students if they are vaccinated. That is currently protected information. So you can always ask, though, kindly, for people to wear masks. You can say, to the larger group or whatever in your sessions, if you want people to wear masks, you can ask them to, or you can provide them up front and encourage them to, but we are never mandating anyone to wear masks. And so that goes for facilitators as well. You will see SI leadership wearing their mask always, because we want to follow that highly encouraged guidance. All right. Any other questions? Great questions. I do want to address real quick. I know we're going to move on, Oscar, but Jessica Pass asked a question about the faculty relationship. And this is open to anyone who has a response or insight into this experience. If a faculty member is more detached or a little bit less communicative, then how do you develop that relationship in a respectful manner, especially if you're continuing to work with them? I think that might be one of the questions too. So does anyone have any guidance on how to develop a relationship with a faculty member that is not as involved?
I can kind of say something for that, because especially last semester, if you facilitated, I think, we all knew the difficulties of having it mainly online. But my professor that I like for the class I facilitated for, I was on the Dahlonega campus, she was on the Gainesville campus. I think we only video chatted once or twice, but my goal with that, because she kind of already explained to me she just didn't have time to really talk as much. She talked a lot, but it was just in that one moment, and then she had things she had to do. I would just say, like, make sure you get everything out you need to in that first chat, and also make it clear. So for the lady I facilitated for her class, I just made it clear, like, if we communicate by email and stuff, like, is that cool with you? Because I understand you're busy. You're not going to have a relationship that you'll have with someone that you can see more consistently, but it doesn't mean it has to be any less of like a relationship. As long as you're just staying in contact through email and, making sure you asked all the questions you need to in that initial meeting, I think you'll realize it'll be okay. It's not something to I think overthink on. I can see how it would be when you're a new facilitator, but as long as you just get all the questions out there and then just keep in contact when you need to, I think the relationship will be good.
May I speak on that too?
Absolutely, Whitney.
In my first semester, I was really shy to contact my professor, and that definitely damaged our working relationship and that sort of thing. And what I just did was around midterms, I was having some problems with attendance and that kind of thing. And I visited him in his office to talk about it. And in that conversation, I just admitted to him very honestly that I had been embarrassed to bother him, and I had felt very nervous. And opening up about that made it a lot easier to build a relationship after that. And we now have a very positive relationship. I have great respect for him. So my advice would just be to admit openly that you're feeling like you're not communicating as much as you wish you would.
I would also like to talk about this as well. So in spring of 2020, when we moved online, that was a very difficult time for everyone, including the faculty. And I used to meet with my professor weekly at that time, but that wasn't the case anymore because we were all so stressed, and her Wi-Fi was really, really not great. So she couldn't really, it was really difficult for her to run the class at that time and reach out to me via Zoom or Teams or whatever because of her Wi-Fi. But I knew, and I was very transparent with her about this, and this is important to be transparent with your professor, just like what Whitney said. Talk about, hey, I would really appreciate if we could collaborate on this. Could we find a way for a time around your schedule and what you are able to do? And what Sophie had mentioned, what we wound up doing is every week I would send her ideas for the following week or questions about the class material from the previous week. Again, via email. So sometimes you can't really meet in person, but very short, sweet, simple emails might be helpful, especially if something similar may happen in the future, regardless if that's with COVID or something else. So.
Yeah, and I would say that's important too, especially when you're trying to make sure that the content you're bringing to session is, is what the professor is going to focus on and what is most important. There's just no way to cover it all in sessions, review everything. And so reaching out about that. Now, also remember, just made me think of this when Caitlin was talking about getting feedback on sessions, that you have us as far as the admin team to, if you have questions about activities and those sort of things, just remember that we're here for that, and your mentors and the rest of your teammates. So that's important too. I know that's not about developing the faculty relationship. That's just a point I thought of when others were speaking. Meredith, your hand is up. Sorry.
Sorry, it's loud. But I guess so in the summer, I kind of experienced for the first time having this faculty member, and we didn't communicate much. And so I think the key thing establishing in that first meeting is like what's their preferred like mode of communication. And then as long as you follow through with that, that's the most that you can do on your part, is if you go along with how they say they want to communicate, it's no longer your responsibility if they aren't communicating back to you. So you can just try your best. And again, I think most people have said you can reach out to this team because, you can only do your best and just follow through with what your professor says is their preferred form of communication. So that'd be my advice.
Yeah, absolutely. And always reach out to Sarah and I if you see that you're really wanting to communicate more or you're not getting a response or something from faculty. Just let us know and we'll help walk you through that process. But I would say more often than not, you're going to have professors that want to work like frequently with you and be consistent in their communications. And so they all know you're coming to their class. They all are excited about you being there. So that's, don't ever go in thinking you're bothering them. They know that you're there and you're a resource to partner with them. So keep that in mind and let that kind of guide you in confidence going into those meetings. Oscar.
Yes. So welcome everybody to our next portion of training. So here in SI, we are quite a fun bunch, if I do say so myself. But in order to have all the fun that we can offer, you all have to be involved. So a way that we encourage involvement within SI is we kind of have like this points competition thing. Last semester it was fruit themed. This semester we don't really have a theme, but we're still going to do like similar vibe returners where we are trying. So the whole purpose of this really is just to encourage involvement just among the team and really help build that community. And Elise and I are about to talk about community in just a little bit. But yeah, so that's really like our main purpose behind like this idea of like points, trying to earn the most points for your team. So essentially what we have, if you look on your training schedule, you'll notice that there is, let me pull it up. Yeah, like mentor groups at the bottom. So we call them mentor groups just for now because you have like 2 mentors per group. But that being said, this group isn't like the mentors group. Like it's everybody who's in that group. It's everybody's group. They're just a little easier to organize by mentors for right now. But what we're about to do is get into our mentor groups. And once you're in your mentor groups, you're going to come up with a team name. So like a group name. Cheyenne gave me the tip that if you are struggling to come up with a team name, an adjective and a noun. Just focus on trying to get those 2, an adjective and a noun. And I was like, that's actually really smart. So pro tip, everybody, an adjective and a noun when you're looking for a team name. Emily, go for it.
Real quick, I also want to mention in those mentor groups, each of you has a senior leader. Senior leaders, we can explain all of this a little bit better later, but senior leaders are experienced facilitators on the team. They're working very closely with the mentor team. They even come and do observations and give you feedback and help you grow and develop. So you definitely want them as a resource in your back pocket or your front pocket, whatever. So definitely know that they're there. And I would like real quick for them to introduce themselves. So in Sydney and Grace's group, oh my gosh, who did we put there?
Jessica Pass.
Jessica Pass is there. So Jessica, sorry to put you all on the spot, but can you tell us who you are real quick? Just introduce yourself.
Yeah, so hi, my name is Jessica, and this is going to be my first semester as a senior leader, my 3rd official semester as an SI facilitator, but I did do summer as well, so you could kind of consider it my 4th. I facilitate for human anatomy, and it's my final semester of classes this semester, so I'm really excited about that, and I'm excited to be working with everyone this semester in our mentor group and in the group as a whole.
Awesome, thank you. We'll go to Seth and Leah's group next. Who did we put there? Meredith.
Hi, yeah, this is going to be my fourth semester as well, if we do count summer. I'm starting my senior year. I facilitated for Bio 1108, Chem 1211, and now I'm doing Bio 1107. So a lot of different things, but it's been really fun. So I'm excited to have a new role this semester.
Awesome. And then next in Cole and Elisa's group, we have Colton.
Hi, everyone. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Colton. This will be my 5th semester facilitating and my first semester as a senior leader. And I'm also planning on graduating in December. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, look forward to the fall.
And Colton, you didn't mention this, but Colton is a pre-vet major. I don't think you did. I could be wrong.
No. Oh yeah, I'm doing my application right now.
Yay, good luck. So next is Jessica and Valerie. And who? Oh, Caitlin, because you're the only one left. Yes, Caitlin.
Hello. So my name is Caitlin, and this is my second semester being a senior leader. And I know it's easy to count semesters, but I started, because I don't want to count right now, I started in spring of 2019. So I've been here for a little bit. I've assigned for 1107 and medical microbiology. And this upcoming semester, I will be assigned for med micro again, which I'm really excited for. It's fascinating, especially during this pandemic, because it's relevant. But yeah, I hopefully, same with Colton, hope to graduate in December if everything goes well. But I look forward to spending this last semester with SI, and I look forward to meeting every one of you.
Thank you all. Thanks, Oscar, for letting me take that time. Sorry, I know we're limited. Thank you all. That was very important.
That was definitely very important. And we'll get to see our senior leaders' expertise in practice tomorrow for our opening. So everybody get excited for that. So yeah, so like Emily said, we have senior leaders, mentors, but it really is everybody's group. And so within these groups, what you're going to be doing is, like I said, coming up with a team name for like this points competition. And so just a little bit about the points. I realize now that like I didn't make a like PowerPoint slide with like things that have points, that kind of thing, but we can communicate that information later. It's not too important right now. But just things that you can earn points for are pretty much anything that's like not specifically paid, anything that's like above or like extra, that kind of thing. So like attending leadership or like morale events. So if you're new, you don't know, but like we typically have like these, we call them like morale events, where we will either like plan like campus events or like whole team events, whether that be online. We may do some in-person type events. We tried to do some of those last semester. So we'll see what that looks like this semester. So things like that. And then also just like leadership and events, anything like that. So like our off bi-weekly, like not required leadership meetings, you can earn points for. And then also and so that's like 5 points per thing. And then if you want to present at a like leadership event, or like last semester, one of our senior leaders held a like leadership series, like book series, where she talked about a book she had read and like hosted like, I think it was like 5 events. So, and like each event was worth like 10 points for her team. So just different things like that. So if you want to do anything like that, like let me, Emily, Sarah know. We would love to help you organize that and help you promote that. We love people getting involved and really like showcasing leadership, anything like that. And then also setting things you can also get points for are like setting SMART goals with your mentors. We'll be setting goals throughout the semester. So you'll be earning points for those. And then not only setting them, but also the more important part, arguably / not even arguably, the more important part of achieving those goals, not just setting them, but like working towards those and achieving goals, will get you some points as well. We also do things called facilitator spotlights. So if you are observing a session and, well, once again, we'll get into a lot of this later, but if you're like observing a session and see something really cool that's happening, be sure to like take a picture, and we'll go over how to like where to upload all that a lot of this will also probably be in the newsletter, especially that first newsletter. It'll be like every week. Leah's nodding her head. So yeah, just be on, you'll probably hear a lot of communication from Leah on that. But we like to showcase everybody, like what's happening, what's going good. So, be sure to take pictures, or if you're doing something really cool in session, like you want everybody else to see, be sure to take pictures of that. So like submitting those, having those featured. We also do a facilitator of the week. So mentors and senior leaders do observations, and then admin team also. And so we nominate people for like facilitator of the week, and then that is chosen. So if you get chosen as a facilitator of the week, that'll earn you points for your team. And then like featured planning, we'll do that. And then there'll also be just kind of random events, things that we probably haven't even thought of yet. So, just things we haven't thought of, things pop up. We're, like I said, a fun group, lots of creative minds. So things happen. And when they do, like me and Cheyenne are going to be keeping track of all the points. So you don't have to submit any points. We'll make sure that there's a UNG Connect event for everything. And that's how we'll be tracking attendance, that kind of thing. So don't worry about like, am I submitting my points? Like you don't have to do that. Me and Cheyenne are going to be keeping track of all of that on our end. So yes. And then the other thing with the points, just remember, like I said, the main goal of the point system is to get everybody involved as possible. But with that like incentive of like, let's let our team win, that kind of thing. And so the admin team really does work hard, try our best to keep this as completely fair as possible. We do our best. So some things might change throughout the semester, but we'll communicate that and make sure things are going as well and as they're needed and communicate as things happen. So I think that's all I have for that. So we wanted to spend some time now to get into our mentor groups and just come up with our team name and get to know each other a little bit. And so I know that we were talking about adaptability earlier with like our panel, and this is a great example of that. So I'm going to give us, since we are a little off schedule, I want to make sure we get to know each other within our mentor groups. So let's spend about 15 minutes in our mentor group. So come up with a name and get to know each other. And then we will start our next thing at 11:15. So I'll go ahead and open those rooms for mentor groups, and you should be asked to join them. Oh, by the way, y'all aren't being asked to join a room. This is your room. Forgot to say that. So y'all are good.
I was just about to ask Oscar.
That was my thought. I forgot to mention it.
All right. Well, hi everyone. My name is Grace. I'm going to be one of your mentors. I'm working alongside Jessica. If Jessica would like to introduce herself.
Righty. So I think everybody's back. So Grace or Sydney, would one of y'all like to announce your team's name?
Yeah, so we had some thought and we had decided on super scientists.
Super scientists. We love it. All righty. Seth and Leah, how about y'all?
We are going to be the mighty mitochondriacs.
Mighty mitochondriac. Love it. All righty. And then we have Cole and Elise.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, cool.
No, go ahead. You got it.
I don't know, my thing's suddenly glitched out. Can you guys hear me? Because it's saying my video can't start.
We can hear you.
Okay, but we picked lazy lizards because we got a lot of lazy lemon people, so lazy's lucky.
Love to hear it. All right, and Jess, how about y'all?
We are the Guiders of the Galaxy.
The Guiders of the Galaxy. I love it. These all sound like incredible team names, and I wish I could have been there to hear all the discussion that came up with these names, because I'm sure that was quite interesting. All righty, well, thank you all. I hope you all got to know your groups a little better. Hopefully got to do some nice intros, get to know each other a little better. So with that, Elise and I are now going to move on to our next portion of training on community building. So Elise, I know you're having some troubles, so let me know if you can't share the PowerPoint and I can share it.
Yeah, I'll try to see if I can still screen share it. Just now it kept saying my video off, like settings weren't working. I don't know what happened, but I'll see if I can screen share this. Can everyone at least see this, the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So like as everyone can see, me and Oscar are going to be leading, kind of walking us through how to build a community in the SI program, whether that's with students or other facilitators or your instructors, all those different types of positive relationships. So I'm going to go to the next slide, and I just kind of wanted us to start out thinking about how would you define a successful facilitator? And Oscar,
So for this, y'all can, like we did for the opening, if you want to annotate to write on here, or if you want to raise your hand, oh, I just did something. If you want to annotate to write on here, or if you want to raise your hand and kind of talk about what you would like to define a successful facilitator, we just want to hear some ideas from everybody. Yeah, so keep them coming if you're still working, but loving what I'm seeing. I know Whitney in the chat said she defines successful as a facilitator whose students go into the final feeling good about their growth. We have lots of like student focused options listed here from people. Also, I'm really loving like this feature of Zoom that like shows you who's writing. Also loving everybody's participation. We're getting a lot and it's really exciting to see. So thank you all, keep it up. We're doing great. But yes, seeing lots of approachable, adaptable, balanced, growth-minded, motivated, students feeling empowered, encouraging, understanding, positive, supportive, humble, innovative, lots of all these different things. And these are all definitely great things. Elise, you want to say anything before we move on?
I just kind of like wanted to just, like Oscar was saying, there's a lot like a pattern here, kind of like how we think what makes a successful facilitator. And a lot of this is based on how we're making our students feel and how we're giving to our students. And I think that's really important. And also having a level of trust with your students. I can see a lot of these traits come from, like being relatable, helps students get to know you, but also being a listener gets for them to know that you're there for them. All these different kinds of trait, adaptable, good, purposeful, prepared, motivated. And you'll see why I decided to add this slide when we're talking about successful facilitators, because you'll see a lot of these traits will build into come from having a good community in the first place and good relationships. So I'll move on. Oh no, how do I clear the annotations? Oh.
There we go. Got it. Perfect. So yeah, like Elise said, a lot of those things, just keep those kind of in the back of your head. And so when you're building a community, you really want to kind of focus on like having positive relationships. And so like here are just some of the relationships that you'll have as a facilitator. You'll have your relationship with your students, instructors, the admin team, the mentor team, other facilitators, the senior leaders. So we're just gonna kind of dive into a little bit of community and then get into what some like positive relationships look like within like this community.
Awesome. On kind of the first place we may want to start is just simply discussing maybe how first impressions, we specifically put first impressions with an S plural because there's different multiple types you can have a first impression and multiple different types of first impressions you can have with one student. One type of first impression that you probably seen maybe other facilitators for your class do or talked about here in training is your intro speech during the first week of school. So that's kind of where you may want, that's maybe your first impression with your students, one of your first impression with students. So kind of showing like your personality, what SI is about, but especially when it comes to the relationship portion of it with your intro speeches, I would try to come off like friendly and relatable so they know that who you are and that they can trust you. And another way that can be built upon even more, even before your first session, is talking with students, whether it's before or after class or even before or after session, and just simply getting to know them and being their friend. Like you could be sitting in class with the students before the professor walks in, you can just go over and talk to them and just see how they're doing that day, see how they're feeling about the class going in, and kind of introduce yourself. Hey, I'm going to be a supplementary instruction facilitator for this course, and I'm here to help you. And also just maybe, how was your day? How was moving in? Stuff like that. I'm not sure if Oscar, there's anything you want to add on to the first impressions?
Yeah, so with this, like when me and Elise were creating this, like that quote of like, you know, you don't get a second chance to make a first impression, or you get one chance to make a first impression, whatever it is. I was thinking about it, I was like, yeah, but also a lot of times we think of our like introductory speech as our first impression, but really our first impressions, like Elise was saying, are going to start before that too for some of our students. And then with other students, like our introductory speech may be our first impression. So just being really aware of like that idea of like, all right, like I'm on my way to my SI class, like I want to be the best, like present the best me that I can present. And so whether that be like talking with the students before, after class, before, after session, especially on your first session, that's like almost another chance to make like a first impression at your first session, because students, especially at your first couple sessions, are still going to be like trying you out just to see like, you know, like, is this worth it? Like, am I going to vibe with this person? And so just really being aware of those kind of like expectations from the students, but not letting that get you down, but allowing that to like kind of let you be like your authentic self. You all are going through this very extensive training. You all are going to be very prepared to do it. So yeah, just presenting the best self that you can.
Awesome. Again, kind of going with like the first times for things during the semester, we also have kind of just your first session to think about, because that'll be a time where you're really like low key, like in the same room with students and like communicating with them. So trying to build relationships from the start. Obviously, try to learn your students by name. That can also go further with that. You can try to learn about their major, why they're taking this class, how they're feeling about going into it. You can also be like, what did you do over the summer? That could be kind of an icebreaker that you could include into your first session planning for the opening. But icebreakers also another thing to think about when we're building relationships, where it's easy to think about just your relationships with other people, but also, especially in that first session, like having the students build relationships with each other as well, which icebreakers can help with that, and having them talk to each other, because they're going to get a lot more out of that session if they're also building relationships with each other, or the possibility of encouraging them to do study sessions outside of SI for their class. I'm not sure if there's anything you want to add, Oscar.
Yeah. So yeah, I think these are just some really big points. Names are just so important. That's something that like we really do get to have control of. And so like if you can get to know your students by name, that is like truly just such a great way to like express to them like, hey, like I know you by name, like I care about you. And so like kind of going back to like that idea of like what makes a good facilitator, a lot of those things of like respect, humility, like, you know, those things are really going to like shine to your students. And so that's really important for the students that are coming to your sessions, but also remember that everybody in the class is your student, whether they're coming to sessions or not. So just getting to know like even the students who aren't coming to session, like getting to know them by name as well, because those are your students too. And then with that, you know, talking with them before or after session, like really getting to know them. And then like Elise was saying, you know, SI is only part of like study time. Which is like great that we get to offer this to them, but like our goal is also to create like this welcoming environment where people feel safe and like can get to know each other like through these icebreakers, through these activities that we do. And hopefully that's going to encourage them to get together outside of just SI and study together for like hopefully all their classes. I know I've had students in the past who like came in not knowing each other, and then like by the end of the semester we're like best friends, like planning to room together like the next year. So it really is, we do have like this really cool opportunity to create this environment where people can get to meet each other, because we've all been there, especially in our introductory classes where, you know, sometimes there's almost 100 people in the class, and if you don't know anybody, it can be really intimidating to walk into a class of 100 people. But we can create an environment within our sessions that allows people to really get to know each other and form those relationships. So that's all I got for this slide.
And I guess the only other thing I thought of with the icebreakers, if you need inspiration for that, I'm not sure. There should be, I think Sarah's making a resource for icebreakers that can be found on D2L. If you can't find it, you can contact me and we can work to find it together, or you can contact Sarah to find that resource for different icebreakers you could do during your first session.
Also, I worked at a summer camp for quite a while, so I have lots of get to know you questions, different icebreakers. So if you ever need ideas, please ask me. I love sharing those with people.
Awesome. Okay, so this is kind of like a slide of kind of a do or don't kind of thing with building relationships with students. So we'll start off positive with the do's column. So I'm sure we've emphasized this before, but when you're with students, you can treat them as your friends, and you can be relatable around them. You don't have to act like a super professional, strict professor when you're in session. You can be silly. You can have before session, you can have a general conversation, or after session, you can have inside jokes with your students. It's good to show that you are a student yourself to the students that do come to your sessions, or the students that are in your course in the class, because that kind of adds a level of comfortability. They might be maybe intimidated to go to professor office hours, but they might feel more comfortable being on the level with another student in your bonus hour and talking you through things that they're struggling with. Another point here, I kind of have personal experience with when I remember going to my very first SI session, is explaining SI's expectations. I don't know if I've ever told Oscar this, but I remember Oscar was the very first SI session I went to for pre-calc. And I remember being very confused because I didn't know really what SI's like model was. So I was like, I thought it was just bring your own questions and then have them work out the math problems you had from homework or something. So at first I was kind of like, why are we doing all these when I want to do my homework questions? But then I realized over time that what SI was and how it worked, and I realized it did really help me and I really enjoyed it, so I kept going to those sessions. So it might be helpful to explain kind of the why to students, like, why am I doing wait time, why aren't you responding to me, or why are you telling me to ask a student for if I have a question, because it'll make them like understand it and trust you better instead of thinking you don't know what you're doing, or but you actually do, and this is actually helping them, and explaining why it's helping them, why we do the elements, why we have that wait time if you're not answering right back to them real quickly, and so on. And the last thing is just kind of obvious, but just be helpful towards your students. If they want you, if you had a worksheet that you worked on during session and they want a copy of it, be like, hey, I can email this to you after session. Or if they maybe, for example, if you have a student that is interested in supplemental instruction and want to get involved for the next semester, you can kind of lead them through the process of how to apply and what it's like to be a facilitator, simple things like that. But in contrast, we're kind of looking at the don'ts. I kind of touched on this a second ago, but you don't need to be a huge authority figure. You're more of a leader than someone like that could get them in trouble. You're there just to help them. You're not there to boss them around. You're not a professor. You're still another student. And it's good to let them know that. And I think that helps build that relationship. But on the contrary, don't be afraid to set boundaries at the same time. You don't, if a student's always trying to like contact you, like you should come give me your phone number so I can ask you questions. You shouldn't do that. You need to set boundaries for yourself, or if students are trying to like follow you at the library and trying to talk to you while you're trying to study for your own courses, you can say, hey, I can help you during bonus hour, but right now is time for me to work on my own courses, which are a few examples. Another just simple one is students tend to like feel guilty about attending sessions. So don't try to make them feel guilty, say it's okay, and just let them know when your next sessions are, or when your next bonus hour is, or if, especially during the beginning of the semester when we're kind of trying to figure out session times, like if a student communicates with you session times that are more convenient for them, try to like, and that fits with a lot of other students, try to like contact Sarah and try to set up your sessions for where students can attend more easily. No, is there anything you want to add, Oscar?
Yeah, so love that you gave the example of like explaining SI expectations, because Elise, you were my student like my last semester as a facilitator, so it's really easy to kind of forget that. So just making sure to explain that, because also it can get like, it's frustrating if you don't know what's happening. Like if I am just like over here and you ask me a question, I just stare at you, like trust me, if you just stare at your students without telling them, they are going to think like you will have students who will tell you like, what are you doing? Like, what is wrong with you? And so just really being able to like talk about, elaborate, and explain on like why we do wait time, and just really communicating that to them of like this like helping them understand like, yes, I may know the answer, but me knowing the answer isn't necessarily going to help you know the answer. So I'm trying to help you take ownership of your own learning. And so kind of when we are explaining that, I really like that we included like the don't pretend to be an authority figure. It's very easy for us, like a very common thing for us to want to do, like when we get asked like, oh, like why are you not saying anything, like why aren't you giving me the answer, it's really easy to fall into like that authoritative role of like, oh well, I'm in charge, and that's not what we do in SI. Like, and so we just have to remember to like humble ourselves, but like we need to explain to our students in a way that like doesn't put us at like a higher level. Like we always want to be on the same level with our students. And so yeah, and then also with setting boundaries, that is very important. We love our students, they are incredible, but sometimes our students don't have the best study habits or work habits. And so sometimes as facilitators, we're trying to help them get better at that kind of thing. So you will have students trying to message you or call you at like 2 or 3 in the morning if you give them your phone number. So just always making sure to like keep that boundary of like, yes, I'm here to help you, but me answering your questions or trying to help you at 2 or 3 in the morning is just perpetuating this like bad study habit. Like you need sleep. So I'm here to help you, but let's do it in a more productive way than that. And so I think that's also going to be big, especially when tests or quizzes are coming up. That tends to be a big time of, oh, like night before, like, I don't understand this, like I'm trying to cram for my test, like help me. But it's like, we know that cramming isn't helpful. We always try and do all of our things like at least 48 hours before our tests. And so that is going to be a learning curve for your students, as well as they're learning like the ins and out of like how to study well and that kind of thing as well. So Lydia had a question in the chat. If we need to print off stuff for sessions, will that go into the allowance we have as a student? Also, if in-person sessions, will we be given a room to use? So yeah, so if you need things printed off, we can print that off for you, but you do need to give us enough notice and enough time to make sure we have those printed off and printed and in a spot where you can get them. So just make sure if you want that. I typically like never use my printing balance. So like I personally would always just use my printing balance because like wasn't using it anyway. But we can print those things off for you. Just let us know. We just have to have enough advance notice to make sure that's printed. So if you're like, if you're just like, hey, have a session in a few hours, can you print these sheets? Like that's not going to happen. So yeah, that kind of thing. Yeah, and like Mary said, if you aren't like keeping these boundaries, like you will start to neglect your own classes. A lot of times as facilitators, like we want to help people. We want to help our students. We have the best of intentions. But a lot of times when we like feel that like guilt of like, oh my gosh, I feel like I need to help this person, we tend to neglect our own lives, like our own classes, that kind of thing. And so definitely just keeping that like in mind of like you are a student too and communicating that to your students, because sometimes they might forget that and that's okay. But just remind them like, hey, I'm a student too. I also have a test coming up this week. So that kind of thing. A few more things. Should we let them know what days and times are best to reach out and what time frame to expect to hear back from us? Yeah, so we can always let your students know like the most time like you would be available, that kind of thing. And we always kind of say like, with admin team, like we try and get back to you within 48 hours. If you don't hear back from us, give us a follow-up message, that kind of thing. And same goes with your students, try and get back to them within a timely manner. Yeah. Could we use a remind me to remind them of sessions and other messages? We are going to talk about what we're going to be using to remind people of sessions later. And then Anna, we typically say don't give students your phone number. And that's just for like that boundary reason. A lot of times students, like we were saying earlier, like with SI, like nothing is a crisis. Students may not understand that. And so at 3 a.m. when they're trying to understand a problem and they don't, they'll view it as a crisis and they see you as your lifeline and will have no issue calling you. So for your own sanity and safety, all that, definitely we say keep your phone number to yourself. But if you do have a problem with like a student trying to contact you or just like is very persistent and like you've tried to set these boundaries with them and they are just ignoring them, that's a time when you would need to let the admin team know and we can help you take care of that situation. But yeah, email is also great because you can get back to them whenever. And I think that's all I have. So yeah, this semester, like I said, we're going to talk about it later, but we are going to be using GroupMe, I do believe, but I think we're going to talk about that tomorrow. So don't stress about that yet.
Awesome. Thank you, Oscar. Okay, so this next slide is kind of like a way for you guys to share your own experiences that were successful or your own ideas. So how would you build community with your students? So this can be returning facilitators, mentors, things that have been successful in the past, but also I want to encourage new facilitators just to put out ideas or maybe times in other places they've been that they help build community in their group. So if you're new facilitator, don't be scared. You can put out your ideas just the same as a returning facilitator right here. I just want to see what you guys have, what ideas you guys have in terms of building community. So you can use the annotate or the chat or raise your hand like last time.
Yeah, like Elise said, like new facilitators, y'all are coming in with like this fresh perspective of like SI. So like your input here is also really valid. I know a lot of times it's very easy to be like, oh, I'm new, like I don't really know, but your input is very valid and we would love to hear from you as well. Yeah, so seeing lots of relating with our students, you know, some sort of food incentive, candy, getting to know them, asking about how they're doing, if everything's okay, understanding upcoming events and checking in on them. I know that was something I always tried to do. Like students are going to tell you when they're stressed, when they have 5 tests and 5 papers due in that week. And so just like kind of like taking a mental note of that. And then the next time you see them, be like, hey, like, how's it going? Like, I know you were worried about that. Like, how did it go? That definitely helps. Jokes, showing vulnerability, loving the vulnerability that's popping up today, because that's going to be a big theme for our semester. So keep those vulnerability thoughts in your mind. Learn your students' career goals, aspirations, and really try to communicate with them, being friendly. Individualization is a strength for our Clifton strengths. So that's what I kind of go to in my mind of like getting to know them as individuals, but then also helping them to relate to the group as well. Elise, you have anything to add?
The one thing I just kind of like thought of it right now, because when we were talking about icebreakers earlier and I see a lot of food incentives, you could always like, as your icebreaker, maybe ask what their favorite snack is and then keep note of that. And then you can bring them their favorite snacks later in later sessions that semester. But I think these all sound really good. I am gonna move on just because time. Oh, I forgot. I'm not sure how okay, thank you. But here's just little slide, just kind of reminders of how to build. Again, this is also very in-person specific because a lot of us may not remember what in-person is like after our experience with COVID-19. So it's good to remember a lot of the interactions you're going to have this semester might be in person, and we probably need to warm up to the idea, not be like socially awkward or have bad body posture. So these are just some things you can do in an in-person environment. So we've kind of said this before, but really make sure you try to introduce yourself face to face with students, whether that's you can catch them in class or before class. I remember this a lot from my pre-calc class with Oscar as my facilitator. He would go around during class while we were working on worksheets and try to help us during class. So that's a really good thing if a professor gives you the opportunity, especially like in a math course where students maybe just be doing practice problems, you can go around and help them and talk to them about the problems they're working on. And I would probably encourage them to come to session if you help them during class. Another thing you can do, whether the professor lets you sit in on the tests or not, you can always go to the classroom before the test starts to greet students and wish them good luck as a little tip you can do to continue building relationships. And now we have the opportunity in person. And just when you are in class, you can just remind them by writing on the board, or maybe ask the professor if you can speak before class starts, when and where your SI sessions are going to be that week. If you have a big test review session coming up, for maybe reminding them to go to that, and so on.
I think that's all we got. Oh, Lydia raised her hand. Lydia, do you have a question?
Yeah, back to those boundaries and kind of building these relationships in person. Where is it inappropriate to like have a relationship with your students? So like adding them, like hanging out with them outside of SI sessions, like is that kind of like inappropriate? Like if y'all start building a friendship, is that like kind of inappropriate, or is it like you have to wait till the semester's over to be able to like start hanging out or anything? Because I like to make a lot of friends and hang out with people, so I wanted to know.
Yeah, definitely. I think it kind of just depends on the situation and the facilitator and the students in general. Just because like there is somewhat of like a power dynamic, a power difference between you and your students, just like as the SI facilitator in their class, like there naturally is going to be like this power difference. And so like if you want to, like we obviously aren't going to tell you like you can't be friends with these people. Like obviously you're going to be getting to spend a lot of time, especially with your regulars, and getting to know them. So if you want to spend time with them outside of class, or like outside of sessions, like just getting to know them more, personally, Emily and Sarah might have other things to say, but I think that's like okay. Just like be sure to like monitor that and like just be aware of your position, just because there is like that level of power difference, like that level of power is different between you and your students, and just like, but especially like once the semester's over, like they're no longer your students, like definitely like if those are people you would want to be friends with and hang out with, definitely like hang out with them, get to know them, like but definitely I think it's also just mostly for you, because like if something were to happen like in the semester and it's like you have been like treating them like this and all of a sudden they're like expecting more from you because like you are their facilitator as well, but also like they're viewing you as a friend too, that those lines kind of get blurred. But like some students may be able to be able to understand like, all right, I'm a friend in this setting, facilitator, like student in this setting. So one thing that always typically helps is setting hard, stronger boundaries at the beginning and then like slowly loosening those boundaries a little bit. Because like if you start with like looser boundaries and try and like go back, like it doesn't work like that. Students are like, no, you let me do this before. So just kind of like having that mindset of like, I'm going to start off with like my strong boundaries and then like get to know your students and then kind of feel out how that might go. Like I said, it's very situational, student based. Grace said, I had a roommate before be in my SI class, and I would say just let them know and draw that line with what you feel is most professional. Like during session, make sure you are treating them the same as other students.
Okay, cool. Word, got it.
Erica.
Yeah, I had a question about my like sessions. Like all the lectures and everything will be online, so my sessions are most likely going to be online. So back to the first part of y'all's PowerPoint of first impressions, I kind of was wondering, since I don't get to greet them in class, I don't get to do all that stuff. Basically, like the announcement in D2L is like my first impression. So just try to make that as inviting and as informational, as possible, to kind of encourage them to come to SI. And then also keep in mind, like the first session we have is like, that's a kind of another first impression to be like really solidify them and keep coming back to session. I just kind of wanted to get y'all's opinion or advice on that announcement in D2L.
Yes, that is a great question. For time purposes, I am going to say hold on to that question for now, write it down and save it. And same goes for any other questions you have. Write these questions down, and we'll make sure to get those answered at some point, either during training or during that first week of classes. But we have at least 2 semesters of online experience, so we definitely have some ideas that can help you get to know your students better through the online platform. So Elise, want to go ahead and advance?
Yep. So this is just kind of remembering this session where you can build relationships with your students in session in general, whether it's the first session or throughout the semester. We kind of talked about explaining the why to students. We have to remember like the 3 elements, they're not a secret. We don't have to be mysterious about it to students. We can straight up say, this is kind of wait time's a part of SI, and I do this so you can build confidence in your answers and that you don't need someone to keep on checking your answers. So you can, when you're actually taking the test, you're confident and you know that you're right and you know what to say. And as an example, I've kind of said this before, but showing off your personality in terms of being like relatable, I've seen from observing sessions, I love it when I've seen facilitators, maybe they use quotes before session, inspirational quotes, or just using art they like in their PowerPoint, just as a touch of personality and something fun to look at. Again, being relatable, the big thing, you're also a student too. So if a student's like, oh my gosh, I'm so stressed studying for this test, you're like, well, for this course I'm taking, I'm pretty overwhelmed and stressed too, but we got this together. The next point is very important in terms of thinking about in person. If you have students attending in person, of course, ask for their permission first due to the nature of COVID and everything. But if you have a chance to get closer with students, like if they're working together in a group at a table, walk up to the group and sit with them instead of trying to sit at the podium like a teacher. Try to be close with the students and be on their level. If they're sitting, try to sit down with them so you're on eye level with them and not looking down on them. And the last point, it sounds kind of funny at first, but tell students thank you when they make mistakes, because you want to show them that it's almost a good thing to make mistakes in SI sessions, because it lets them know what they need to work on. I'm sure another student probably would make a similar mistake, so it gives them a chance to explain why it was a mistake to everyone and learn from it. And also just that environment, if you're saying thank you when they're making mistakes, they'll be less scared to make mistakes when they're answering questions during session, and that it'll be almost maybe feel as good as saying the right answer, because it's just part of SI. We are just helping them learn and study and be ready for when the test comes.
I think that's good if you want to go on to the next slide. Yeah, so we are about to zoom through these next couple slides, make sure we get through everything. But like I said earlier, if you have questions, write them down, save them, and let us know, mentor, admin team, of those questions, and we will try and get them addressed at some point during training or first week of classes, or maybe even just emailing them about those questions with you. Like I said, just write them down, let us know about them. So community within the SI team, like I was saying earlier, we are a fun group of people. We are, I like to think, a great group of people to hang out with, get to know. So just remember to be involved, go to events, help with projects. We typically have a lot going on at any given time. So there's typically some sort of project that you can be helping out with if you're looking to get a little more involved. My first semester, I didn't go to a single event and didn't really get to know anybody on the team, and I just felt very alone. But it was truly like my own fault. And so like my second semester when I returned, that was like a goal I had set for myself of like becoming more involved with the team and getting to know more people on the team. And so like once I did that, I was really able to get the most out of SI. And I was able to know people, so I wasn't afraid to reach out when I needed help. And just remember to like communicate often. Communicate like, hey, like I really like this. Is there any way I could do something with SI through this? We're always looking to collaborate if you're part of other organizations, anything like that. We love doing like crossover things. Yeah. And then use our feedback. We're going to give you feedback, and we're here to help you like evolve as a facilitator and as a leader, and just help you with like any goals that you want to achieve. So yeah, like I said, flying through these things.
Yeah. And this is just a little slide about relationships with instructors. I know we kind of got some information on that with the panels. But however, get in touch with your instructor early or through email, trying to meet with them, letting them know you're the SI for that semester and what expectations they have of you as an SI and what that you can do for them and what they could do for you as well. Because remember, the instructor is your ally. They're there to help and work with you for your SI sessions. Again, communicate with the professor throughout the semester. Don't do just one meeting and then never talk to them again. Try to communicate as maybe once in a while, just letting them know how things are going, if they have any requests for what you could cover during session. The don'ts is just the professor is never going to ask you to grade test or paper. That's not your job. If during session, never, I know your students might say something about if they don't like the professor, but as the facilitator, you never want to be criticizing the instructor. They're your ally, and you don't want to pretend you're the instructor. You're not a teacher. You're a facilitator. That's your job. And sorry to fly through it, but that's just the main bullet points of the do's and don'ts there for instructor. Going on, this little slide here is just a thing that I think is important because we always worried about, oh, I need more attendance. I want a lot of people to come to my session. But it's good to remember that when we're building relationships, we're also building our attendance, because the more relationships you have, the more people are going to be wanting to attend your sessions. And here's a little, go on, Oscar.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. So here, we'll just leave the slide up for a little bit. But here are some of the attendance hacks, tips, tricks that we have. Don't be afraid to reach out to your mentor or admin team if you want some different attendance hacks, ideas. Talk with each other about different ideas. But we definitely want to go ahead and end this here so that you have your full 30 minutes for lunch. So yeah, like I said, take a picture of this, take notes, whatever. And just be sure to be back on the call about at 12:30 because we have some lovely special guests coming in at 12:30 and you don't want to be late for that. So yeah, and I think Emily put something in the chat. Ask for students' feedback and provide a way they can submit feedback anonymously during sessions that will help them know it's like their session and they are valued in what's brought to the session as well. And yes, Mary, you can leave and reuse the link. So yes, everybody enjoy your lunch and we will start our next session at 12:30.
Portion of training, and we have two special guests coming in this hour. Dr. Hill, I believe, are you here? Can you hear me?
I can hear you and I'm here. I'm ready to go.
Wonderful. Thank you for joining us. And is it Hill, Dr. Hill Harris?
Yeah, I'm slowly getting everything, ready to go, because at first I just got my license. Now I have to get my social security card. When you get married, like you have to change everything. So
yes.
Bear with me.
Long process there.
It is, it really is.
Congratulations.
Thank you. It's been 2 years, October, so I mean.
Okay, it's been a little while then. I feel like I haven't seen you forever. It's so good to see you.
Oh, nice to see you as well.
And for everyone that is listening, so this is our team.
Hey, team.
And yes, and so we have about 50 or so SI leaders this semester, and I'm just going to turn the floor over to you.
Sure.
You have the full 30 minutes, so I'll let you take it away. Let me know if you need anything.
This won't take 30 minutes. So this is going to be short and sweet. I understand how it is, and you've been in trainings all day, but hopefully you'll learn a lot from this one. Let me see. So can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay, so hello team. Thank you so much for your service, because being an SI leader, SI tutor, mentor is great for our students, especially those who struggle with those traditionally difficult classes. So know that you are appreciated and the students me as a staff member appreciates you, and I'm sure our students do as well. So thank you. All right, so my name is Dr. Candace Hill Harris, and I am now the Associate Director for Student Accessibility Services. We just changed our name in early July, so it's breaking down barriers. So we definitely wanted to get rid of the disability in that, so that way we can make more students more likely to come to our office, because sometimes when you see that, it can be a little bit taboo for some people. I am actually the supervisor for and you may not know this, Emily, but I'm the associate director and supervisor for now the Gainesville campus, as well as the Cumming campus, but as of right now, kind of interim for Dahlonega as we transition to our new assistant director when they come. So the Student Accessibility Services Department is located on the Stewart campus, Stewart Center on the Dahlonega campus, and I'll give you all of the other locations as we go along. All right, a little bit about myself. I think it's so important just to know who's speaking. I am big into just family inclusion. If you love me, you'll bring me some flowers. And I have a 2-year-old and a 6-year-old, and I love boating and anything outdoors. Once I start getting too many mosquito bites, it's time to go though. So, but anyways, what do we do in this Student Accessibility Services Department? We provide accommodations to those who have had or have mental and or physical impairments. Basically, if a student comes into our office with some sort of documented disability, if they have an IEP or a 504, we can accommodate those students with various accommodations and also resources and referrals to other offices. The disabilities that we accommodate can be both temporary and permanent. So say for instance, you know, Erica, I know I see you on there. What if a friend, you know, like got a concussion, right? So you're like, where in the world should the student go? I want to refer them somewhere I don't know. You would totally send them to the Student Accessibility Services Department, simply because there could be something that could potentially be maybe a semester's length of time that we have to help them, or some students may get other issues that causes them to need us for more of a permanent, well, they may need us for the entire time they're a student at UNG. So we definitely do take temporary. We've actually had a student at, they actually ended up breaking both elbows at one point. So we had to come up with a lot of accommodations to be able to temporarily make sure that they could do their coursework, take their exams and things of that nature. But we are dedicated to ensure that each student has an opportunity to play on a leveled playing field, essentially, and be successful in a college environment. We want everyone to feel included and welcomed, and that's definitely a goal of our department. We do our best to have an open door policy, with COVID and everything. It's kind of changed that a bit, but however, if you're struggling, come see me, I'll make it work, okay? So what are accommodations? Accommodations definitely are based on some sort of documentation. I know that all students tell the truth. I know that everybody's honest, right? But we have to have something from a physician, from a licensed psychologist, just to let us know that, that the disability they're claiming is actually something that's accurate. And we want to accurately accommodate them as well. Now, when we think about accommodations and certain disabilities, we're like, okay, everyone with a learning disability or everyone with anxiety, maybe they get all the same accommodations, like my friend got this accommodation or something like that. No, that's not the case. Everybody is so different. We're wired differently. So there's no one size fits all. We want to make sure that we meet with each person individually to create that individualized plan for that student. Provisional accommodations can come from like a student, maybe they have old documentation, or they come in with that IEP or that 504. Now, those that documentation is simply meant for us to help that student get a start, okay? We don't want there to be an uphill battle. So if there's some things that we can put in place for you to be successful and then gather the rest of the documentation, we certainly want to do that. So if a student comes in with maybe a vague doctor's letter, or maybe a full psychological from 2007, that don't seem that long ago, but it's a little bit older for us to be able to give the accommodations that are necessary for that student. So we typically will give them a provisional, meaning that is limited. So we give them about a semester's length of time, which is about 4 to 6 months-ish. So that will allow them to make that appointment, to schedule that psychological evaluation. So so that they're able to gather the documentation that's required from our department and for the Board of Regents, which is essentially the university system of Georgia. So it's not just UNG's procedures, okay? And then also with the temporary accommodations, I talked about that. Anyone like maybe, and this is probably gonna come up, like, symptoms or issues related to COVID. Some people have gotten COVID and haven't even been able to like function, as well as they used to. So dealing with things like that, or like I said, concussion, broken arms, things of that nature that may not necessarily last the entire semester, but we will make sure that that student is accommodated. All right, so some of the accommodations that most of the professors will see typically are the assistance with class notes. So being able to use some of our software, we have, we can do a peer note taker express, and we also have Glean. There are different types of note taking apps and things like that, so that we can help students in different ways. Some people prefer to have a peer note taker, and then someone would actually prefer maybe recording their notes and then getting a transcript back. So it just kind of depends on what that student needs. Alternative media, which is basically like an electronic book, a screen reader to read a PDF document, extra time for testing, formula sheets. That's not a very typical accommodation because it requires a decent amount of documentation, but you may see that priority registration, which allows that student, if they have the extra testing time, or if they operate better in the afternoons and things like that based on medication, we want to allow them to be able to manipulate their schedule in a way that it better works for them as a student. Okay, so then also emotional support animals and our service animals. We definitely have some service animals on campus. Most of the service animals on campus are in training. We have a lot of people who work, I can't remember the organization, but it's an organization in Dahlonega, but they allow students to actually train animals, and you can stay in the residence halls with those service animals. And then also with the emotional support animals, we have many emotional support animals. I have noticed though that typically emotional support animals will last about a semester's length of time. Most students end up sending them back, but we have seen many people thrive with their emotional support animals. But it can be difficult as a student taking care of a baby. That's basically what it's like. I mean, you have to make sure that your support animal is fed and cared for, hugged and loved and walked, and it's just so many things that come with that. But those who are able to manage typically thrive with their ESAs. And then also with disability related absences, that's an accommodation that you may see. And that could be maybe a chronic health condition, maybe seizures or heart conditions that may, make the person very fatigued, tired, situations where there's social anxiety. I mean, there's a host of different disabilities that fall under this category, but it's not meant for excessive absences. So a student can't just like miss 2 weeks of classes and say, hey, I'm just going to use my disability. Nah, that's not going to work, because at the end of the day, just when you have to be in a certain percentage of the class, to be successful, just period. Take disability out of it. And we want to still make sure that you can operate in that class, but still be able to miss if it's very necessary. And even with disability related absences, the student won't actually have to give a medical, like an excuse or anything from their doctor. The accommodation would cover that. Okay, so now, how would I refer someone to SAS? And, it can be quite sensitive sometimes, especially as a student leader, being a peer of someone very similar in age to you. Like, why are you telling me what to do? How do you know this? But you definitely are coming, you are more knowledgeable because you've had these trainings and because you've been here a little bit, maybe a little bit longer than some of the students. But how would you refer someone? You would definitely want to hear them out. I've learned, and I've had to learn, if you can probably tell, I like to talk a lot. So you have to really, this is something I've had to learn over the years because I am in a service position, kind of similar to a counseling position. I'm not offering counseling, but many students come in to talk to me about their condition, their situation. But you want to give that student the opportunity to fully explain their situation before you start trying to give them solutions to their problems, and then when they talk to you about it, you want to give them the opportunity to maybe even, I would say, when you're explaining student accessibility services, list the other services, list academic supports, the Academic Support Center, mention tutoring services, writing services, not just targeting a certain area for them to go, but making them aware of the things that they pay for. Why not utilize what you're paying for? Even for you guys, it's definitely important to make sure that, the services here on campuses get used, because it can help you to be a more successful student and give you a better quality of life, from what I've been told from the research articles. Okay. So online accommodations and COVID-19. So I forgot to take this one out. This is not, don't even pay attention to this slide. Okay, next. So we did offer during COVID-19 accommodations for students who may have been immunocompromised. Okay, situations where, maybe even they live with someone who is immune. So and then there was a list of all of the individuals. Unfortunately, from the, president's perspective, USG, that is not a thing. There are some extenuating circumstances that we have considered for having a virtual accommodation, but it doesn't fall under the COVID-19 ones. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. The way to register with SAS is to get there early. We have students who literally register with us as soon as they get a 900 number, as soon as they get accepted into the university. However, I do understand, there's a lot of stuff. You get so much information when you're coming in as a student. So I do know that some things get missed. And when you're listening to things, oftentimes your mind doesn't open to it unless you know that you need it. So you might, you're listening and it's like, oh, I don't need that anyway. So you're not really paying attention to, everything that's going on in regards to that particular service, that particular office. But definitely get it in as early as possible, as soon as you see that there is an issue. And we always say, it's better to have your accommodations and not need them than need them and then, it's better to have them and not need them than need them and not have them. So we definitely want to make sure that there isn't like a lag time in between when you come in, getting the accommodations, and then, maybe you're struggling. We don't want there to be that. We don't want to see that lag time for any of our students. But if you get it in, it just allows us to get the documentation and get everything all squared away before the classes start. We have a little bit of a change to our website address, but I always tell people this is super easy. I put in SAS, which is Student Accessibility Services acronym, and then UNG. It's the first link that comes up. We have too many backslashes, too many dashes. That wasn't on me. Just know that. But you can always contact the director that's based on your campus. For, like I said, for the Gainesville Dahlonega Cumming campus, you can definitely contact me. Rachel Pender is on the Oconee campus, and then Thomas McCoy, our director, he's actually on the Blue Ridge campus. But you can always contact Thomas because he is the director of all the campuses. So, and he's a fabulous supervisor too. He's awesome. Oh, Oscar says he knows him. Yeah, he's cool, right?
Yeah, I'm in the counseling program in the student affairs track, so he came and talked to our class last semester.
Okay, I'm gonna tell him that he did a terrible job, and Oscar said, I'm just kidding. No, I will tell him that he did a fabulous job for sure, for sure. We all need to hear that sometimes. But so I would actually, let me just go back to the slide. So what I'm gonna do, Emily and Sarah, I'm actually gonna send you guys a new contact information. So I'll send over my presentation to share with everyone, but I'll make sure I update this because I was trying to do it before we started because I remembered it wasn't right. So I didn't have time and I don't want to be late. So I want to make sure that you guys don't have questions. Do you have any? You can ask away. And I'll stop sharing. And you can ask them in the chat if you're like really shy.
Can I just ask like a question it's not that quite related, but it's like related in a way because you mentioned something that like piqued my interest.
Sure.
What can like I do as a person? I live with 3 other girls, 2 which are immunocompromised. Like, what can I do in just like going out and being a student? Because obviously like our mask thing is not required. It's just, you know, heavily recommended. Is there like anything that you've seen with people come in that I can do like to be more aware of what's going on with them? Because I do that with work for them because I don't want to be that person. I don't want to bring anything back, especially to one of them. She gets sick so easily. And I just was curious if you like had any advice on how to work with that.
Now I'm not a physician, but I would definitely wear your mask as much as possible, even around them. I mean, it's been proven that masks help. But like I said, this is just me looking at at CNN and stuff. So I can't really speak from like a medical perspective.
No, that's fine. Thank you though.
Thank you, Sophie.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Yes.
So how can we as like student leaders, you know, as students who are kind of like leading other students, how can we remain aware of like different, like do y'all host different events? Like how can we stay involved with SAS and make sure that we're communicating that with our students?
Fabulous question. So we actually have a peer mentor program, and we've had many students who need support, like from students who have been here on campus that understand the campus, the resources, and sometimes it's an opportunity for a student who may struggle socially to have maybe someone to go to lunch with. It doesn't necessarily have to be a friendship, but it could definitely be, you know, just a cordial relationship that you can have with that student. We have a lot of students who struggle, you know, that varying disabilities that may struggle with making friends and things like that. And then those that may be a little bit shy to using resources and knowing that maybe someone else has used them in the past, or they are aware of someone else, you know, just having those experiences and being able to share those with some of our students definitely has been successful in the past. We do have a peer mentor program. I can also get Emily that information as well. So that way, if any of you guys would like to volunteer, we would love for you to help us out. It's not much of a, it doesn't take too much of your time. But we definitely do need volunteers for sure. And you get priority registration. So.
I just want to say I'm actually volunteering this semester for the peer mentor program, and I'm so excited. Y'all should volunteer too if you can. It's like super awesome.
Thank you, Erin. Nice plug, girl.
Where can we do that? Is that on like the disability services like website on UNG or?
Well, I can actually share we have like a little flyer, and I'll share that with Emily or Sarah, whoever. Y'all gotta tell me who I need to email, but I could share that flyer, and then you'll just follow the directions from there.
Okay, cool.
Let me write that down too. So.
Yeah, and you can just send that. You could send that to both of us, me and Sarah, or I would say also there was a scenario that came up. I kind of wanted to mention this as a scenario 2 semesters ago, where a student who was in a class with an SI facilitator told the facilitator, I think, and the faculty member at the same time, I need my accommodations to also work out in SI sessions, because I really want to come into these sessions, but I need certain accommodations. So we were able to kind of work with SAS, and I think I talked to Thomas about that. And then the student really we were able to work out, not that they needed the same accommodations that they did in the classroom, but they needed a little bit more one-on-one. So they ended up coming to the group sessions, but then they were very active in what we call our bonus hours, which is almost like office hours that faculty have. And so that might be, a situation that you come across a student needing a little bit more attention in certain areas. And so we can accommodate that. And that's something that we might work with SAS on. So just
absolutely,
leaders to know.
Yeah, for sure, Emily. And like I said, we may not have a cookie cutter accommodation for that, but sometimes we, like when we have willing staff and faculty to help in those situations, we can definitely make sure that student gets what they need. And then I've had to like create accommodations before, so I mean, I'm not a stranger to that for sure. So if there is a need, definitely communicate with your supervisor, and then we can work something out. But definitely communicate that, because we don't want that student to struggle.
I had a question based off of that. I know not everyone is open to talking about this. So is there, from your experience, a way for us facilitators to identify if they might, if SAS would be beneficial for them? Like how to pick out those people from the group and meet with them separately, of course, to talk about accommodations that they might benefit from?
I wouldn't call it like accommodations. So like, you know what I'm saying? So I would just like any other student that you may see struggling, right? I would just take that person aside and just say, hey, is there, without like pinpointing anything, right? So I would just say, hey, I noticed that you had questions or you were struggling with this. I want to check in and see what I can do to help you, to be successful. What are some of the things that I can do to help?
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
And we will provide you all, just the returners got this last semester, you'll get it again, but new people too, they get to do a little scavenger hunt about all around campus resources. So they'll have a full list too that you can refer, like you were saying, to multiple resources across campus, at one time too, and even maybe circling certain ones that might help them academically, which includes SAS.
Oh, Lydia said she was just about to ask that. So thank you for thinking that about us.
I guess this is more a question for either Oscar or Emily, but it is related to disability services. Where is that where it's like, I don't want to cross a boundary or assume anything of anyone? Not saying that I do have an issue of like psychoanalyzing people sometimes after taking psych, and after that I see it everywhere, and I don't mean to, but I just don't know where that boundary is or what the proper words are to say. I don't know if you have any suggestions as to what to say. I guess you kind of mentioned, you could say like, I noticed that you've been struggling in this area, but I don't want to be like, do you think you disability service? Like, I don't want to offend anyone, you know?
No. I think no, that's excellent. I would just say, you know, very similar to what you just said. However, you know, there are lists of resources. So, you know, if you know that maybe you have a group of 4 and you could even just give it to the entire group. It doesn't necessarily have to be targeted to that student for them to feel like, oh, snap, she thinks that I need counseling, you know, which counseling is a beautiful thing, y'all. But, you know, some people may not, may feel offended by you targeting them. But if you give the resources to all of the students, it's just saying I'm being the, you know, the helpful SI leader that I am. And I just want to make sure that y'all know about these. If that answers your question.
It does. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question too. So I guess like keeping like the SI session like inclusive. So let's say you have somebody who's like dyslexic and like the activity that you're doing is would be like more difficult for them because of their dyslexia. How could you like go about and like, I guess, kind of survey people to see like, you know, is this going to work for like everybody? Is this going to not work for like one person? It's just like going to really not be cool for them.
I'm not sure, and your supervisors can answer this. Can they have one-on-ones, like just to kind of meet to see where you are, like, you know?
Yeah, well, and facilitators can definitely, kind of assess, like with a survey or whatever, different needs. One of the good things though that might apply to this question is we're going to teach and train you all even more so on different learning preferences, right? So like different learning preferences, if you incorporate those within your sessions, you'll be able to accommodate some of those different learning styles and needs in the very same session with multiple students with multiple needs. So
right. And then maybe if you can do check-ins, just asking the student, like, you know, not necessarily you're having check-ins with everyone. We're having like a 2-3 minute check-in. Just want to check in. How's everything going? You know, like what works for you? What's not working for you? That way you can engage without pinpointing anything. These are real. I got some really good ideas. I'm just coming up with some good stuff. Any other questions? Oh, wait, welcome. Oh, Simon's here. Hey, Simon. So any other questions? Perfect. Well, like I said, Candace Hill Harris, I'm the Associate Director for Student Accessibility Services. If you have any questions at all, ever, you can email me. Let me give you my email address. If I can type. Hold on. Okay. You can email me, you know, you can call me, stop by. I'll be more than happy to see you, to give you any information or just walk you through a process. If I need to, I'll be happy to do that. So thank you for having me, Emily and Sarah. And I'll make sure, Oscar, that Thomas knows he did a good job. And thank you, Aaron, for volunteering. And we look forward to everyone else volunteering too. All right. See y'all.
Dr. Hill Harris. It's good to see you.
Nice to see y'all as well. Take care. Bye.
Bye.
And welcome to, oh, okay, my camera, I thought I was muted. Okay, welcome, Dr. Cordery. Are you there? I think Sarah's going to try to spotlight you so we can see you on the screen.
I am here. I'm here.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for taking time to be here with us.
So my understanding of what you guys need is a little bit about what our services are. And then, you know, I want to leave time for questions, any questions at all. So I'm going to go through a PowerPoint really quickly. All right, so you guys bear with me, and if you'd like me to expound on any area, please let me know. So I'm going to go ahead and try to share my screen. And if you will tell me, do you guys know if that worked? Hold on.
We see it.
Oh, you do?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So a lot of people say, hey, why do I need student counseling? I'm not depressed. I don't have a mental health issue. And I really want to make the point that we do a lot more than just diagnose, a mental health issue or treat a suicidal crisis. We do those things, but 80% of what we do here is just help college students that are struggling with normal day in the life type issues, right? Going through, struggling in a class, not doing well in your major. Those aren't mental disorders. Those are normal, things that people go through. Going through a breakup, grieving the loss of a friend or a family member. Those are normal day in the life type stuff. And I think if you look, so many of the things that we do are that way, right? We also do, we work a lot with perfectionism, trying to find that balance between studying not enough and studying too much, right? It's funny, one of the groups that I worry about the most is the highest achievers, like the honor students. They tend to be, sacrificing some of their self-care at the expense of getting good grades. And so I worry about their, how they're functioning and how they're doing. We also have that performance and pressure that can come from, outside our parents. And like I was a first generation college student. So my parents had no idea what college was like. And so, I had to figure out how to talk to them about that. Financial stress. Man, after my undergraduate degree, it was about 10 years before I could look at mac and cheese again. Because I would do, like the generic mac and cheese, like not the good kind, but the kind literally in the white box with the black letters. I'm not even sure if it was real. It was like mac and cheese like substance, right? So, and we are in a time of financial stress in our country as well. So, that's something students come to talk to us about. Identity stress. I was just talking with a police officer, and the number of kids that come from their high school being the smart one, right? Being the big fish in the little pond. And they get here and all of a sudden there's a bunch of fish that are their size or bigger. And that's a stress on their identity. So people come talk about, what does that mean? People come talk about time management, right? You have to have a plan to manage your time. Otherwise it's going to get away from you. And a lot of times academic problems are directly related to that. Fitting in, how do I make friends? My roommate's driving me crazy, right? That's about October when you figure out you hate the way your roommate chews, right? And then, family pressure, all those things that go on in your family while you're here at school, conflict, divorce, illness, trouble. So we do a lot more. Now, of course, we do all this other stuff too on the list, right? So we, anything that you're struggling with as a college student, you can come in and we will help you. All right, I'm not going to go through this. This is not an exhaustive list, but these are kind of, a lot of our main things that people come to student counseling for. We offer mostly individual therapy. We're doing groups predominantly on video right now, but we are seeing some people in person. All right, so it just depends on what the person's abilities are, as far as do they have the equipment, do they have a confidential place, or is their roommate always in the room and we need to have them come down to student counseling, right? We're doing some groups, which I'll advertise later, and once we get kind of everything nailed down, the dates and times. One of the things we are offering that I could tell you about is a grief group. If you look on our website, because there's lots of people that are grieving losses through the pandemic and for other reasons as well. And we do outreach. So, you know, I can come to your class, your group, your club, your organization, your department meeting, and talk about whatever the mental health issue that's important to you guys at that time. And consultation, you can always, it's what I call, hey, Simon, right? You call me and go, hey, Simon, I'm worried about this person in, you know, my sorority, or I'm worried about my roommate, or I'm worried about this person in my class, right? You can always call and talk to me, and, you know, we can figure out what to do about that. All right. There is no extra fee for student counseling, right? It's not part of your tuition. It's not part of the student health fee. You have paid for it as part of your taxes. Right? It comes directly from the state, right? So that works out really well for me because you pay my salary, and I love eating and living indoors. So thank you. Right. Also, I want to tell you that we are strictly confidential, right? Not only is that a licensing issue, I worked really hard for my license, I'd like to keep it, but it's also an ethical issue. You know, I abide by the ethics code of my profession and my personal ethics code as well. And also in Georgia, there is a criminal statute for breaking confidentiality in my position. And I don't want to go to jail because I wouldn't make it on the inside. Right. So I'm going to take what you tell me very seriously. Now, there are some exceptions to that that you should be aware of. If somebody is imminently going to harm themselves or somebody else, I'm going to tell somebody because I want to keep everybody safe. If you tell me about the abuse of a child, an elderly person, or a handicapped person, I also want to keep them safe. Now, that's if it's going on currently, not if it's from your childhood, you know, or 5 years ago, that's fine. We can talk about that all day. But if it's going on now and somebody could be in danger, I'm going to do something about that. And then finally, like I said, if there's a court order, if you're in a court case and the judge thinks that your student counseling records are key to a case, the judge can court order that I really release those records. And like I said, I wouldn't make it on the inside. So I'm going to do that. Right. That's never happened to me. And I hope it never does, knock on wood, right? Or if you want me to write a letter to somebody, or, you know, financial aid appeal, or, you know, for your medical doctor or something, I'm happy to do that. You just have to fill out a form. All right. Other than that, if anybody, I can't even say, like, if Emily calls and says, hey, did Oscar come to see you? I'd be like, no habla inglés. Right. Or I get to do my prepared line if I'm ever in a Senate hearing. I have no recollection of that senator. All right. So we do take that very seriously, and I want to emphasize that. We do not have a psychiatrist on staff, but we have an option that I'm going to tell you about. So if you need medication, if you need, you know, if somebody's having trouble getting their medication, then we have an option for that. That's going to be, that has been a great solution so far and will continue to be. Okay, so we're open during normal, regular business hours. We recommend that people make an appointment, right? So just like when you go to your doctor's office, you got to call, make an appointment. But I will tell you, if it is a crisis, we want you to walk in, right? If there's, you know, like tears and snot involved, we want you to run in, right? Because, you know, that's what we're here for. We have, you know, places in our schedule that we've reserved for crises. And certainly if it's life, you know, threatening, you can either walk them in or call campus police, you know. But be aware that, especially if it's after hours, that campus police, they're not going to, you're not in trouble. You're not, nobody's going to come arrest you, but they will come and make sure you're safe, and they'll make sure whoever's in crisis gets to where they need to be to get help. Okay. And we do have somebody on call at night, but that is for life-threatening emergencies only. Right. I'm getting old and I need my sleep at 11:30 at night. I don't care who ate your Oreos. Right. There's a lot of, you know, roommate conflicts at that time of night. However, if it's life or death, One of us is on call 24/7, 365, and we'll get up and come in. All right. Now, like I said, we're in person now. I'm going to qualify that. We don't know if we're going to shift back online or not. Like, man, this pandemic is crazy, and we're just going to wait and see what happens, right? All right, so outreach. We've already talked about that. We do like about 2 weeks notice. So that gives us time to really do a good job preparing the presentation and making sure we have time to do it. All right, so as a result of COVID, we have a mental health initiative that's been launched by the USG in the state of Georgia. With a lot of CARES funding from the governor, we have contracted with a company called Christie Campus Health. And what they are is a group of licensed professional counselors, licensed mental health people, and they will man this phone. And you can call this hotline, and we've branded that as Nigel Cares, right? Although it is a separate company. You can call them 24/7, 365 for anything, right? They're the ones that want to hear about the roommate conflicts at 11:30 at night. Or maybe you're busy and you can't come during regular business hours. You can call Nigel Cares. You can get 5 free sessions, either in person or telemental health through this program. And they use Anthem providers, which is the nation's biggest provider of mental health counselors. So this is good across the state. And if you're out of the state, like if you're in North Carolina, I cannot help you because I'm not licensed in North Carolina. And like I said, I don't want to get in trouble with the law. But they have counselors in North Carolina that can. So, if somebody's having a panic attack or they're really frustrated and they're having a meltdown about school in the middle of the night, they can call this number, right? And also, we're anticipating a lot of people needing help. All the numbers show that over the course of the pandemic, college students' mental health concerns have gone up and up and up, yet they have sought services less than normal. So there's all these people out there that have not been seeking help that need help. We're thinking it's because they are, they're off campus, it's kind of out of sight, out of mind. Or they're kind of, not really paying attention to the reality of their situation. But when they get back on campus, I think a lot of this is going to hit, right? And again, October, when we start to get into the real meat of the semester, I think that's when people are going to start reaching out for help. We're anticipating that we're going to get filled up. We're going to get kind of overrun. And that's the great thing. For the first time ever, we've got Nigel Cares as a backup that can also see students. So there's no reason that any student cannot get, a mental health appointment when they need it. All right. Now they also run a free telepsychiatry clinic, which is great because it's hard to get an appointment with psychiatrists. We live in an area that's relatively resource poor for psychiatry, as is the nation. There's a shortage of psychiatrists. And for people who need medication, whether it, no matter what type it is, they need it to function and to do well. And having access to that's really going to help. There's no charge for the visit, but students do still have to pay for their medications. And most of the really good mental health medications are on the $4 list at Walmart. So cost really should not be an issue. So the goal here is to remove barriers and open all this up to where students can get help the way they need it at the time they need it. All right. So I always like to say the very first time you should go to counseling is the very first time you wonder if you should, right? The idea here is that small problems are really easy to deal with and bigger problems are much harder. So what I would do, encourage people to come early, right? The first time you wonder if, hey, I'm struggling with this and this is not going well, come and let us jump on it so that we can have an easy win, right? If you come, the week of finals and you're going to ask me how to pass your Spanish class, there's not much I can do to help you that week, right? It's more damage control, right? So what I would also like to do is real quickly talk to you about our behavioral intervention team. This is a group of multidisciplinary professionals, of which I am a part. The dean is a part, and I'll show you some other people who are part of it. And it grew out of the Virginia Tech shootings, right? People figured out in the investigation of that lots of people knew little pieces of information, but there was nowhere to put it together and put the pieces of the puzzle together in a picture that would have helped us prevent that, right? And so they demanded that colleges across the nation have BIT teams, so we have one. Now, that being said, 99% of what we do is harm to self, right? That, worrying somebody's going to shoot up the campus is actually pretty rare. But having somebody who's thinking about hurting themselves, either by suicide or self-injury, or their emotional state is disrupting, the resident's life, the classroom, that's where we're trying to come in and make a difference, de-escalate those situations while they're small. Well, I said all that on this slide, right? So the goal is to balance the individual needs of the student with the needs of the entire educational community. Okay. These are the people who are on BIT teams on different campuses, right? Blue Ridge does not have their own team. However, Dahlonega takes care of that. Okay. You report through the say something. We did have see something, say something, but Homeland Security has that copyrighted, which I think it's funny that Homeland Security would have anything copyrighted, but they do. All right. So we just did say something. So we're only like half a copyright violation, right? So we say something. If you click on this, you get a screen that looks like this. Now, this looks like a police report. I promise you it's not. You're not getting people in trouble. You're saying, hey, I saw this, I know about this, and I'm concerned that this person needs help. All right. So nobody's going to be mad at you. You're not getting anybody in trouble. This is the way that we have figured out the quickest way to get help for people. If it's a life-threatening emergency, don't fill out the form, call 1500. But if it's just like, I'm worried about that student in my session, or they're acting weird, or they said something weird, or they made a joke about suicide that wasn't, really a joke, then I'm gonna want you to fill out the form. Now, there's a narrative here, so where you can tell us what happened. Write that very objectively. You don't want to say the student came to session drunk. You can say the student came to session, smelled of alcohol, slurred their speech, had an unsteady, lost their balance, stuff like that. So you're being objective. You're not making any judgments or diagnosis, right? And then we have to prove that you're not a robot, because we have that problem of being infiltrated by secret robot people here at UNG, right? So we're going to make sure you're not a robot. And then it gets communicated to the dean of students, who is usually the chair of the BIT committee, right? And then the team meets, we talk about what we can do to help. We make a decision and we make a recommendation to the VPSA, who then has the final say of what we do. I'm really proud to tell you that about 86% of the cases that we dealt with last year, we were able to de-escalate and have them stay involved in the semester in the community, and pass their classes, right? Now, about 13% of the remainder, they are people who needed to step away from the university to get treatment for drug, substance abuse, or an eating disorder, or depression. Like, we want to give them a chance to go get healthy, and then come back and be successful. And we do this in a way that's voluntarily, and that we help protect their GPA and their schoolwork, and we get them withdrawals from the classes, so that it doesn't, getting help should never hurt you, right? And then there's 1%, maybe, like, that's even a large number, to say it's 1% because it's usually less, of somebody who's making a threat or is angry with a teacher or is disruptive and non-compliant. That's really unusual. All right. So that is my presentation. I'm going to stop sharing. I did that that was a land speed record for me doing that presentation. But I hope that you got what you needed to out of it. And I'm ready to answer any questions you have at all, even if it's only how long do you cook a 20-pound turkey? I can do that. So go ahead and ask questions. You can speak them or you can drop them in the chat, whatever is best for you.
I have a question about the say something form.
Yes.
I didn't mean to mute myself. Is that anonymous? Like, will they know that we have reported them or?
Yeah, you absolutely can do it anonymously.
Okay.
Right. Cool. However, the problem is that sometimes limits our ability to get additional information.
Mm-hmm.
Like one time we got an anonymous report that there was a weird guy at Starbucks. So I trotted on over there and looked around, and as far as I could tell, I was the weird guy at Starbucks. Right. So like sometimes it's good to be able to get extra information to you. And also you can supply a lot of information on, yeah, if you know this person well, and you know the situation well, on how we best can intervene. So I would encourage you to be brave and put your name there. Mm-hmm. But I also understand there's situations where you wouldn't feel comfortable, and that's okay too.
Yeah.
Great question.
Also, if you do put your name on that form, can you request that the student does not know that you have reported them?
Yeah, you can request that. Now, I mean, depending on what it is, they may figure it out.
Right.
Right. But definitely you can put that in the request as well.
Okay. Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
Right. So that's good. That's a good compromise because then we can contact you and get more information, but we're not going, ooh, Oscar turned you in.
Right.
Right. And what we tell them is not like, hey, you're in big trouble. We tell like, we heard that you're struggling and we want to help. And most students, like 99% of them are like, thank you, because I am struggling and I need help.
Okay, awesome. So there's a few questions in the chat. I will start with the first one from Matt. Do you have any advice for how to best approach directing students to student counseling if, as the SI leaders, see that they are struggling?
Yes. First of all, I loved Candace's comment that just make a blanket statement in your class so that everybody knows. But when you're working with somebody, I think you just have to be like objectively report back to them what you're seeing, right? Like Oscar, I'm picking on you. You're just in the top of my screen, man. So you're getting all the abuse today. Sorry. I'll be like, Oscar, I can see that you're really struggling with this and that you've got a lot of stuff going on outside trying to figure out calculus. I think it might be a really great idea for you to get some support from student counseling. They're really nice. Dr. Cordery's a little weird, but generally harmless. Why don't we walk you down there? Or here's the number, stuff like that, right? Does anybody feel uncomfortable doing that? Right? I will tell you most of the time, people don't get mad about that, right? And then sometimes the people that get mad about it calm down and figure out it's a good idea, and they come back and say, hey, Oscar, I'm sorry I snapped at you. It's actually a good idea, and I did make an appointment, right? Part of destigmatizing mental health is being calm and okay with talking about it, right? Like I endorse my profession. I have my own therapist, and I think everybody should go to therapy. I think if the whole world went to therapy, things would be a lot better, right? So you can be that example by just being brave and going, therapy's great, you should go.
I was just in your amen choir with that comment, of course. The next question is from Natalie, and Natalie says, are we considered mandated reporters? Talking about the student workers.
Okay, I think, do you get paid? Yeah, I think that makes you a mandated reporter. Now, I want to be clear that you are not, if somebody says they're depressed or they're, struggling or they have a breakup, you're not required to report that, right? Report that. What you are required to do is if somebody's in imminent danger of harm to themselves or others, you are required to report that. Or if somebody makes a report to you about sexual assault, rape, harassment, whatever, if it's sexual in nature, you are required to report that to the Title IX coordinator. And you can do all that reporting through the Say Something report. That's a good question. Thank you. Okay.
Jessica asked, can you schedule an appointment on campus or does it need to be with someone on your home campus?
No, you can schedule an appointment on any campus. Like, we encourage you to use your home campus, but if you go, yeah, I don't like anybody, and you know, like therapists are like hairdressers, like some do a great job on your haircut and others like you don't like it. So be aware that like people are different fits for different therapists. Find a therapist you like. And if that's on another campus, I have no problem with that. And if anybody gives you a hard time about that, you tell me, and I will have a Sunday come to Jesus talk with them. Okay.
Aaron asked, what are some signs or some things to look out for when it comes to reporting or reaching out due to concern?
The last one?
Some signs or things to look out for when it comes to reporting or reaching out due to any concern.
You know, I think what you want to realize is that what you're reporting is something that's not going well or out of the ordinary, right? Anything, let's see, anything that gives you, that makes your spidey sense tingle, that makes you, you know, make the Scooby noise where you go, right? That wasn't a very good Scooby noise, but you know what I mean. You know, anything that gets your attention as being unusual, I would want you to report that. It may be nothing, right? But I want you to report it anyway, because that's going to allow us to put all the pieces together. We may have something already on this person that you're reporting, and that's going to help us, you know, paint that picture better. But as far as, you know, anybody that's upset, right, struggling, not doing well, if people look happy and they're doing well in your class, they're probably fine. If they look unhappy and they're not doing well in the class, those are people we probably should reach out to and see what we can do to help. I hope that's a good answer. I hope that, did that answer what you wanted? If you have a more specific like concern, you can also always call me and say, hey, Simon, this is what I really meant, if you're not comfortable talking about it now. Anybody else? All right. I want to thank you so much for your time. I also want to remind you that as students, all these services are available to you too. You guys are juggling a lot and we're here to help. So have a great semester and come running if we can do anything for you. Thank you so much.
One more quick thing. Someone asked about addiction. If they see someone who might be struggling with addiction, is it the same protocol you would suggest?
Absolutely. Yep.
Thank you so much for your time. Thanks for being here with us.
You bet. Have a great day. Bye.
Bye. All right, everyone. So I hope that was also informative for you and engaging, and you got your questions answered. If not, again, reach out to them. You're a university employee now, so treat these people like if they're your colleagues. You're not just a student, you're adults. So we are your colleagues. Everyone here is your colleagues, and that includes Dr. Hill Harris. I got to get used to saying her new name. And then also Dr. Cordery as well. Very, very approachable people to reach out to. Any questions right now before we move on? Would everyone like a quick, I was thinking about doing a quick breathing exercise if we're good with that before we move on to the next thing. Okay, so if you want, indulge me and yourself in a little breathing. So if you're sitting in a chair, just kind of flatten out your feet on the ground. And again, feel free to close your eyes and just place your hands on your lap or something, wherever's comfortable. And take a deep inhale through your nose. Exhale out your nose. Inhale through your nose. This time out of the mouth. Make it big. No one can hear you. You can only hear me. Inhale through the nose. Exhale. You can even make a noise if that's appropriate for you. And then take the shoulders up to the ears and then roll them back and down as you breathe. So inhale, draw them up to the ear. Exhale. One more. Inhale. Exhale. And then take the wrists and just shake them out if that's comfortable for you. And then tap your feet if that's comfortable. This is what we call yoga tantrum. That's what I call yoga tantrum. Just get all the stress out of your joints. It's a good stress reliever to do with students too. And then take another breath and just kind of settle back into a good rhythm. Feel free to stretch your neck if that feels good. Just kind of rolling it around. Be gentle. All right, settle back in. I'll turn it over to Oscar.
Yeah, so as I'm pulling up the PowerPoint, like Emily said, that's a great thing to do with your students. There will be times when they get very stressed and you might have to take a pause from session for a moment just to address the stress levels. It's also just great practice of self-care for all of you too. So don't be afraid to do some breathing for sure. And yes, thank you, Emily, for leading us in that. So what we're going to do now, we are going to move into a talk about our strengths that we took, like that strengths assessment, and essentially like how that relates to leadership. I will say it's a lot of information. You're going to hear a lot of me talking, and just know I'm going to try my best to, keep it interesting, keep it fun, that kind of thing. But I wanted to start us off by first just taking time to explore our strengths. So in the email Sarah sent last night, we asked you to have your insight report available. So this is the time in training when we will be using that. So I just wanted to start off by giving us about 10 minutes to just really go through and read our insight report. And if you have whatever you're taking notes on, or if you want to get out a note tab on your phone, Word doc, whatever, and just take some notes of like, as you're reading your insight report, what really sticks out to you. 10 minutes isn't a lot of time. It's about 2 minutes per strength. So if you don't get through all of your strengths, that's okay. I just wanted to get us at least started into that kind of deeper dive into what these strengths are and what they mean to us as individuals. So I'll give us a few warnings when we're about to come back on, but take this time to really dig into what your insight report says. All right. If you're still reading, that's okay. Just try and get to a stopping point kind of in the next couple seconds. I just really wanted to start off this session with giving everyone some intentional time to sit and reflect on those strengths. I know the first time I took this assessment, I was just kind of like, cool, these are my top 5, maybe read a little bit of the insight report. But it's really good to kind of have at least a solid foundation of some of your strengths going into these kinds of talks. So that's why we did that. And so why strengths? Like, why are strengths important? So we're going to go into like 3 of the reasons that I view them as important slash worthy of talking about. So the first one is like, there's this idea, especially in our society, our culture, of you can do anything you want if you try hard enough. And that is like, I was thinking about it and I was like, yeah, like I guess, but also like you have to think about like at what cost. And so I think we are told this, like this idea of you can do anything you want if you try hard enough. Like I think we're told this with like the best of intentions. Like I know my parents told me growing up, like, Oscar, like you're great, you're going to do incredible things, you can do anything. We're here to support you through that. Like truly the best of intentions when we are talking about that, when we tell people that. I tell people that probably more than I should. But you like have to kind of think about it. And so I was thinking about an example of like what this might look like with strengths. And so I thought about Andy Dwyer from Parks and Rec. So hopefully a lot of you are aware of the television show Parks and Rec. If you aren't, that's okay. I'll give a little bit of background. So Andy is like this guy. He's silly. He's cool. He's fun. Very like go with the flow kind of guy. When we first meet him, he's really just kind of hanging out, playing with his band. Doesn't really have much of like ambition or a whole lot of things going for him, but he's chill. He's getting to hang out, play with his band. He's loving it. So eventually he gets a job like as a shoe shine in like the parks department, where him and all of his friends and his like wife, I can't remember exactly when they get married, but like they get married, his wife April, like and so he's working at the parks department with like her and then like all his friends like as a shoe shine. And so like I said, him and April got married. And so like his new motivation, like once he starts developing this relationship with April, like his motivation, the like almost infamous question of that we ask in interviews of what is your motivation? Andy's motivation becomes like providing for him and April. Like he wants to give them the best life that they can have. And so Andy decides like through the like he's thinking like, you know, like I'm a shoe shine, like this isn't really going to cut it if I'm trying to do like the best for me in April. So he decides that like, and so this is kind of going back to him just being a silly guy. Him and April, his wife, they just are like, the best way I was thinking to describe it was like they just like to like role play. So like he likes to like act as like this FBI agent, Burt Macklin, and like just have fun with that. And so with that, he was like, all right, like I love doing this character. So I like in order to like really step up and provide for me and my wife and my family, like I'm gonna become a police officer. And Andy is like, yes, this is what I'm gonna do. Police officer is like a real job, like it's gonna be allow me to provide. So it's gonna be great. And so Andy, he is not the most athletic guy. Like I said at the beginning of the show, he's just kind of chilling, doesn't really do a whole lot. And so when he starts looking into becoming a police officer, he realizes that like he's going to have to pass a physical test, like a written test, and like a psychological test. So he gets the print off of like the physical test requirements. And the first thing is you have to run 2 miles in less than 24 minutes. And so Andy, being the not very athletic person he is like, I don't know how I'm going to do this. But he has a really good friend, Chris Traeger from the show, if you're familiar, who is very athletic, very fitness guru oriented type guy. And so Chris is like, Andy, like, I would love to help you with this. Like, you can do it. Like, we're going to work hard together and we are going to get this done. So they take him down to like a track and it kind of cuts to the end of Andy running 2 miles. And he just kind of collapses after the 2 miles. And then he's like, all right, like, how fast was it? And they were like, it took 29 minutes. And so Andy is just like, oh, he's like devastated. Like he just feels like there's just no way like he's going to be able to do this. But him and his friends just keep encouraging him, like, Andy, like, you got this, you can do it, just keep putting in the effort, keep trying, you got this, we can do it, like, I'm here to help you. So Andy eventually, he continues on with this, and so he keeps going, keeps practicing. Eventually he does pass, if I'm remembering correctly. He passes the physical exam, he passes, and he studies really hard. He's probably not the smartest person, so he has to study really hard, and he passes like the written exam. But what keeps him from becoming a police officer is the psychological exam. That's like the one thing he doesn't pass. So he has put in like all this time and effort and just working so hard to do things that don't really come naturally to him, to try and do what he thinks is best, to become a police officer, to provide for his wife. But because of like this, just because of who he is, if you haven't seen the show, Andy is the kind of guy who I imagine, like, if he was a police officer and pulled someone over for speeding, they'd be like, oh my gosh, like, I'm so sorry, I'm late. And Andy would be like, oh my gosh, you're late. Like, can I escort you? Like, he's the kind of guy who would just be more focused on like the individual and like helping them out. So like this idea of him not passing the psychological assessment really kind of shows like this might not be playing into his strengths. So he put in all this time, effort, and energy, invested so much into this idea of becoming a police officer, and he couldn't even get past the like entrance to the police essentially. So then later on, once Andy kind of gets over this like hump of like, dang, this really sucks, like I'm not going to be able to become a police officer, but like I still want, like he still has that motivation of providing for April, he like starts leaning more into like his entertainment, his like the thing he already liked doing, he was already pretty good at doing before like this idea of being a police officer came to his mind. So Andy starts working and like writing children's music, and he's just really silly, so it's like great. And his like career as like an entertainer really starts to boom. Like he starts investing into that, and eventually he works his way up to getting his own television show. And like obviously it's a TV show, so like it's fake, but like this idea of like working towards something that you were already good at, like it took less, and he was like able to go farther with that by playing into his natural strengths. He was already good at, he was a part of the band before. Like he was already good at being an entertainer. So once he started investing time into his natural strengths, that's when he was able to really develop and go farther. But like when he was putting all that effort and investment into like something he maybe didn't come as natural to him, he wasn't able to get very far into that. So that's like this idea of like the book that kind of goes along with like the Clifton Strengths Assessment uses this quote, like instead of you can do anything you if you try hard enough, like it kind of rephrases it of like you can't be anything that you want to be, but you can be a lot more of who you already are. And this quote kind of really sticks with me just because my number 3 strength is belief, and so this kind of plays into one of my beliefs of I believe that people are like have good and like have greatness within them. Like I just believe everybody has good and greatness within them, and so it's a matter of like focusing in on that good and helping develop that good to allow them to become more of who they already are and succeed in doing those kinds of things. So that's kind of like this idea of like not necessarily like, I personally think like, yeah, you can maybe do something if you work hard enough, but like, is the benefit going to be worth it? Like, are there other things you could be investing that time and energy into that will get you farther and get you closer to the ultimate goal that you wanted? So yeah, I just really like that example of Andy from Parks and Rec because it's also one of my favorite shows. And then another like reason I think strengths are so important, strengths set you apart from others. Just like in this set alone, like kind of some backstory, like Don Clifton, we'll get into this, but like he's the one who came up with like the assessment and like the 34 different strengths or themes. So like there's only 34 of them. And so the chance of like, which doesn't really seem like that many when you think about it, like of all the like strengths, all the possibilities in the world, like 34 doesn't really seem like a lot. But when you think about it, like the chance of someone just having the same top 5 as you, but like in a different order, so like mixed around, is like 1 in 278,256. And like, that's a lot. And so then the idea of like someone having the same top 5 of you in the same order is 1 in over 33 million. Like that is so many. And so the idea that like, if you remember anything about factorials in math, the actual number of like someone having the same, all 34 of you in the same row is 34 factorial. So 34 times 33 times 32 times 31 times 30 all the way down to 1. And so like this like idea is like you are so unique as an individual. Like the odds of someone having like these same 5 of you is already rare, but like the same top 5 of you in a different or like in the exact same order is just like the odds are crazy high. So like that's what really sets you as like a unique person. And like that's a great thing to be able to point out to people, which gets me into my next thing of why strengths are important. And like this idea of taking the Clifton Strengths Assessment is a great thing and important, is it gives us the language to talk about it. I know like when I first read my strengths assessment, I was like, oh, like, yeah. Like I kind of knew like, all right, generally like I'm pretty good at like these kinds of things, but never really had like that language. But like this assessment gives us the like actual language. Like I can say now, like I am a developer. I have a strength in empathy, belief, connectedness, includer. Like those are my top 5. And I always, when I was thinking about this presentation, I was thinking about the idea of like the first step to like fixing a problem is like admitting you have a problem. So like the first step to being able to develop and like grow is being able to have the language to identify those things that you can grow and develop. So this gives us that language that allows us to, yeah, yeah, like Emily said, I used to want to be an actuary when I grow up. LOL, that was not for me. And strengths definitely like helped me realize like, oh, like I'm definitely more of a relationship oriented person. And we'll get into that a little bit later. But yeah, so like this gives us that language. And like, I know for me, once again, strengths, communication is one of the strengths. It's my number like 20, I think. So like communication is the idea of getting your thoughts into words. So as an assessment like this really helps me personally just get the language behind things to be able to explain things. So that's what we got there. So a little bit of background just about the Clifton Strengths Assessment. So like I was saying, a man named Don Clifton, he was the one who kind of like came up with these with some help of people, obviously. But then like Gallup is like the company who like administers the assessment. You buy the assessment from all that. So if you hear me say like Clifton or Gallup, I pretty much use them interchangeably at this point. So just know like that's what I'm talking about, like this strengths assessment that you took. So they have decided that there are like these 34 different themes that are split into 4 leadership domains. And we'll get into the domains in just a second. But this was developed through years of research, and this was actually designed for like the corporate world. So what they essentially did was they went into different like companies across cultures, across countries, and they were looking at everybody who was working in the company. So they were looking at the CEO, they were looking at the accountants, they were looking at the janitors, they were looking at the salespeople. And they were looking at like everybody within the company. And that's how they came up with like these 34 different, they call them themes. And we'll get into that in just a second. But that's how they came up with these like 34 different themes. And so the idea behind it is like, these are the 34 things or themes or strengths, however you want to call them. These 34 things everybody has in them. So we all have these 34 different themes within us. They just fall in a different order and which come more naturally to us. So that being said, I really nerd out about this stuff. So I have gone and bought all 34 of mine just to see where I lie. So like, for instance, my number 34 is futuristic. So like looking to the future and like planning for the future does not come naturally to me. However, I still have that futuristic theme within me. So like, I can't just be saying like, oh, futuristic isn't in my top 5. So like, I don't got to worry about that. Like, no, there are still going to be tasks in my life that I will need to kind of pull that futuristic strength or theme into. It's just going to be a lot more. It's going to take more intention and time for me to focus in on those tasks that require me to do futuristic type thinking. So once again, kind of going back to that, like you can't do everything, but like there are going to be times where you're going to have to pull on your like number 34 strength. So you don't get a free pass, but we can focus in on our top 5 and those will get us really far. So next we're going to get into some definitions about the strengths assessment and just kind of how it goes. So Gallup kind of has like this equation. I'm a math person, oddly enough, like math major in undergrad, even though I am very people focused. So equations I really like. So they have this equation that like a strength equals your talent times your investment. So let's get into some definitions of that. So we have talent is a natural way of thinking, feeling, or behaving. So a lot of times when we're looking at it in like this equation type thing, we can think of like the 34 themes as like our talents. And then investment is time spent practicing, developing your skills, and building your knowledge base. So, you know, like Andy, he spent all that time putting in that effort to getting 2 miles under 24 minutes and studying for the police exam. So like that was his investment. And then a strength is, they define a strength as the ability to consistently provide near perfect performance. So we call your top 5 like themes, your top 5 strengths, because those are the talents that are coming more naturally to you. And so when you invest in those talents, those are the ones that are really going to become your strengths. That's kind of like the theory behind it. And so being kind of like a math guy, like I was saying earlier, and like the book kind of gives a different example, but if we look back at Andy and like his strength of like becoming a police officer, his talents, his natural ways of thinking, feeling, or behaving as a police officer, like on a scale of 1 to 5, he was probably at like a 1. Like he was not, like his talents just weren't really doing it in terms of becoming a police officer. However, his investment, he was working really hard. He was probably putting in like a 4 out of 5 for the investment. So like if you're looking at strength being a number, like his strength of like for that police officer job was like around a 4. But then if you look at it like with his entertainment, like his strengths, like his talent, his natural way of thinking, feeling, and behaving, that was very natural for him. Being an entertainer came very natural to him. So his talent wise, he was probably at like a 4 or a 5. And then investment, he may not have put as much investment into like his entertainment. He definitely put in some, but maybe it wasn't even as much as he put into trying to become a police officer. So even if we gave him like a 3 on the scale of investment for entertaining, we still get like a 5 times 3, which is 15, as opposed to like the 1 times 4 of 4. So it's really showing like how much more of a strength like your top like 5 themes can be if you work on developing those, as opposed to focusing in on, oh, like I'm really bad at this, like I need to improve this. And so if you put all this effort into that, like you may improve a little bit, but you're going to see like exponential growth and the other things that are more in your top 5, more in your wheelhouse. So we're going to get into the 4 domains now. So the first domain is the executing domain. And so these are the people, they are the doers. They know how to make things happen, and they are going to implement a solution and work tirelessly to get it done. So like it says, they're the doers. They're the people who are like, all right, if it takes till me work until midnight to get this done, like we're going to get it done. I'm going to be here till midnight working on it to get it done. And here are the different strengths within this domain, and like hopefully that makes sense, especially like the achiever, like they'll have the discipline to stay and do that, the responsibility, all those different things. They are the doers. Sorry, I'm trying to monitor chat as well. Perfect. And yes, loving people calling out their top strengths that they're seeing. So next up, we have the influencing domain. So these are the people who like help their team reach a broader audience. They're able to sell the ideas within and outside the organization. So when I think of like the influencing domain, I think of like someone on like an executive board, and like the executive board has decided we are going to change the way we do this because we think it's going to be better. And so the influencer and like the influencing person on the executive board is like, great, incredible. I'm going to go tell our company that we're going to do this. And they're the ones who are going to like get everybody in the company on board with this new way of how we're going to do things. And then they're also going to get the company on board, but they're also going to be able to get outsiders to get on board with that as well. Be like, hey, look at what we're doing. Like, we're doing so much better. Like, don't you want to be like us? So that's kind of how I always think about our lovely influencers. So then next up, we have the relationship building sector or domain. this is definitely where I fall into. 4 of my top 5 are in here. So we are the glue that holds the team together. We can create groups or organizations that are greater than the sum of their parts. So we really, the relationship building, relationship builders, they're really good at like creating that like warm, welcoming, open environment where people feel accepted and feel like they belong. And so they, like it says, they're the glue that's going to hold the team together. Chat's really popping off. I love it. But yes, so relationship builders have a near and dear place in my heart because I am one of them. And then our last domain is our strategic thinkers. So they keep people focused on what could be. They're constantly analyzing information, looking for things from different perspectives, and helping the team try and make better decisions. So they're the kind of people who, like, if you're looking back at the board meeting, if the president was like, "This is how we're going to do things," they're the kind of people who are going to be like, okay, like, why are we going to do it this way? If we start doing it this way, I envision like these are the problems we're going to incur. I think if we like looking to the future, like I think that if we start trying to do things this way, like they're the kind of people who are going to be thinking about all those different things. I think about like efficiency. They want things being efficient, running to like the best of that, to the best of everyone's ability. And I definitely know I need these people in my life because these are not necessarily in my top 5. So surrounding myself with people with these strengths in their top 5 definitely helps. And that kind of is like the whole idea behind strengths, is this idea of like, I am really good at relationship building, but me only being good at relationship building isn't going to be everything that the team needs. We need people with like all these different strengths in order to make us the best team that we can be. So like, even if it's not in our top 5, like maybe it's in our top 10. So it might come more naturally for like Emily's number 1 is futuristic. Like it's my number 34. So it's going to be a lot easier for her to focus on looking towards the future and envisioning than if I spend so much time and effort looking towards the future and trying to envision. Like it's going to take more effort from me. But like, since Emily does have that strength, that is something I would maybe go to her for and be like, hey, Emily, like, I know you're great at this. I would love for you to help me envision to the future. Once again, not like just writing it off as like, I can't do that, but like, let's work together on this. So a lot of times when we hear about strengths, I think we kind of go to this idea of like, can there be like a shadow side or like a downside to my strength? And so this is where things get a little funky, because if you look at the strength, or if you look at Gallup's definition of strength, like let's go back. Ooh, too much. So they define strength as the ability to consistently provide near perfect performance. So if you are consistently providing near perfect performance, then the odds are good that that's not really going to be a shadow side. You're providing downside. However, Gallup then kind of argues that like, but you can have a theme, like a talent, a natural ability like those themes without investment that can be seen as a shadow side. So for instance, my number 1 is developer. And so like a shadow side of developer could be that it's very easy for me to
Oscar, you're frozen. I don't know if you can hear us. Somebody should screenshot that. That's awesome. Thanks.
No. I don't know where he is.
He might be trying to get back on.
He probably is. What a time. Oh no. We lost him completely.
There we go.
Are we back?
Way back. Of course, it happens when I'm presenting. Love that for me.
How's the Wi-Fi, Oscar?
We love Windstream. What can I say? So yes, back to shadow sides. Hopefully, I'll just start back kind of an example of a shadow side. My number 1 strength is developer. So I want to see the potential in people and help people reach that potential. So if I'm not being careful about that developer's strength, it's easy for me to look at people as projects that I want to like complete, as opposed to like remembering like, oh, this is a person. Another shadow side, my number 2 is empathy. So with empathy, it's very easy for me to tell myself stories. Like I try and see things from other people's perspective. So if I see someone like slacking, like I might tell myself the story of like, oh, like I bet they're just slacking because like, oh, I bet they're just having an off day, like they aren't feeling well. And so it's like, I'm not necessarily asking the person their story. I'm just trying to like create this story for them rather than like actually reaching out to them. And that can make holding people accountable harder for me because I am telling myself these stories. And so I'm like, oh, it's okay because like they're feeling sick, but like I just never took the time to actually reach out and see what's actually happening. So that is just an example of some shadow side. So I encourage you all, like I said, we're flying through this. So take some time. I encourage you all to be intentional and take some time to look at your strengths and think about potential shadow sides of your themes and what could happen like if you aren't like really paying attention, if you're just kind of letting that natural talent flow without like the investment side of that. So real quick, to kind of close us out of this, I wanted to introduce our leadership theme for the semester, and that is going to be Dare to Lead by Brene Brown. And so the kind of like subtitle, if you will, is Brave Work, Tough Conversations, and Whole Hearts. So if you're familiar with Brene Brown's work, she has done a lot of research and focuses a lot on empathy and vulnerability and the like she calls it like courageous vulnerability and the bravery that's involved with vulnerability, and specifically then tying that into leadership and how leaders have to be vulnerable if they want to lead. So that is going to be, we're going to be looking at this book. Yes, Brene Brown, we love her. She's great. So this is going to be kind of like our guiding book for the semester and theme. And I think it's going to work great because like I was literally like rereading some of it last night and like thought about a quote from her. So anyway, like into this presentation, so I think it's going to tie really well in with our strengths talk that we've started today. I think we're going to be able to tie strengths very easily into this. But to close us off for this like next 3 minutes before our closing, I just wanted to take some time to close this out and do some vision casting. So take these 3 minutes and on your notepad, on your notes, whatever you have near you, I just want you to take these last couple minutes to think about your strengths and start thinking about like what it looks like to dare to lead bravely, to be vulnerable. What does that look like for you? What is that going to look like for you within SI, but also within your own personal leadership journey this semester and beyond? So just take this time to kind of think about everything that's been talked about and do a little bit of like vision casting. All right, I know it hasn't been a whole lot of time, but this is something that you can take with you this semester. And also I encourage you to continue to spend more time to think about and reflect on these strengths and what they mean to you as a leader. This was a very quick, like 45-ish minute presentation. And we have spent multiple biweeklies in a single semester on this topic. So there's a lot more that you can dive into. And if you're interested in diving more into strengths, definitely reach out. Let me know. Would love to talk about that with you. But also want to make sure that we leave enough time to cover everything else that we got going on today. So with that, I'm going to stop sharing my screen and hand it over to Leah. And Leah, I will pull up the PowerPoint for you.
Hello, everyone. We'll start this in just a second when Oscar's pulling up the slide. But basically what I want us to do for our short little closing is a little like reflection activity, thinking about what we were talking about throughout the day and just kind of checking ourselves for our own understanding. So I want us to take like about 5 or so minutes to go ahead and annotate the screen. Just write down for me one thing you learned today, one kind of like main takeaway. So that can be anything that you just thought was interesting or stuck out to you that you remember from, whether that was from our panel like this morning or our talk with SAS, any of that. Something you found interesting, and then one thing you want to review or maybe a question you have for your mentor later. So go ahead and use that view options and annotate tool, and we'll just take a couple minutes to write some thoughts down, and we'll talk about it. So let's see what we learned. Let's take like maybe one more minute. If there's anything else you want to add, go ahead and do that. You can do more than one thing. Okay, so I'm seeing a lot of really great things. I see a lot about like communication, which I love. Would anyone feel comfortable like telling me a little more about like what you found interesting from this like main takeaway column? Is anyone comfortable telling me more about that?
I can say something.
Go for it.
So I was the one who put vulnerability can help me connect with students in sessions. And last semester, I found myself like saying, "Oh yeah, like I struggled with that topic too," but maybe being more specific and just trying to be like more relatable. Because I mean, as SI facilitators, we have taken the class fairly recently. I mean, especially compared to the professor. So maybe being like more open can help build a better relationship and encourage students to talk to you more.
Yeah, definitely. I've definitely found like in my own sessions, if I'm willing to say like, hey, this was hard for me too, like when I was taking it, a lot of times that builds a lot of like trust with your students. Oh, and just to what Sarah said in the chat, we were going to have some updates, so don't leave until we tell you to leave. But would anyone else like to share what they wrote down? I'll use my wait time. We'll be here all day.
I'll talk about communication. I wrote communicate with professors and students often. It's really important. Like in everything you do, communication is key, and definitely doing it sooner rather than later. That's also a big thing just in life in general. But the more you communicate with your students, you build your community, you build relationship, you build that trust. And same with the professor, you are a bridge between the students and the professor. So you are just making that gap come together.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that. And it's super, that can be, I know it can be like intimidating when you're new, but like just starting that communication is so important. And I know all of our mentors and senior leaders probably have experienced that too. So definitely. We're here for maybe like one or two more people and then we'll give our updates.
I mean, it's not related to communication, but like one of my main takeaways from today was how leadership oriented SI is and like how much they help their students, and I guess not their students, their facilitators develop leadership skills and like get to like when you know your strengths, you can help build up other students' strengths and just be a better educator person. So I thought that was really cool and interesting. And that was, yeah.
Absolutely. I love that. Any last thoughts from anyone? All right, well, if not, I'm going to hand it back over to admin to give our last little information of the day, but thank you all.